already. So we have 5 cases and 1 death of this
Mm,
what we call Delta.
yeah. July in Indonesia, July was the worst. It's very bad.
Yeah, true, true.
Many people die.
Yeah. I'm actually seeing also the news in Malaysia
Mm,
is getting a rapid increase of numbers.
yeah.
Malaysia, it's really sad, but
Mm,
hopefully we can everyone can survive this. All right, I
mm.
think we have a target
Okay.
numbers and hopefully participants will get in. So we'll start again. I
Yes.
welcome you all to the 37th World Conference on Applied Sciences, Engineering, and Technology, also known as WCASET 2021. All right, now this conference organized by also Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, also known as the IFERP.
Mm,
So just a little bit about our organization. So Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERP Forum constitutes of professional experts and overseas technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publisher of research papers in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, Continuing and Analysis magazine. About this conference, the 37th World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology, the foremost aspiration is to serve as a platform that facilitates the deliberation of the challenges involved in the practical implementation of all the most advanced knowledge produced in the fields of applied science, advanced engineering, and technology. The sheer momentum at which advancements in these fields are occurring has its challenges for all professionals, may it be academics, students, aspiring researchers, or industry professionals, to keep us with these changes. This convention is being organized with the intention of getting participants acclimatized to dealing with these developments. This conference will help all researchers, both inexperienced and veteran, to present their findings to the esteemed members of the global scientific community, irrespective of the specific field of applied science, advanced engineering, or technology they practice in. The best performing research papers will be well rewarded. They will get an incredible chance to have their experimental results distributed in world famous publications and magazines sanctioned and approved by the global scientific community. This will not only help them gain the requisite exposure they need to gain recognition for their research work in global research circles, but also open the door to lucrative opportunities for collaboration and further research. Now, I will play a short video. Let's take a moment. Anak, hilo mo ba? Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
It is with deep sorrow, and I would like to inform you all about the sad demise of Dr. Cayuno Agustini Coranto. He was the organizing secretary, head of Association of Tamansiswa Society, PKBCS, professor, faculty of forestry at the University of Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. The IFERP members join with us in expressing our sincere condolences and prayers to Dr. Cayuno Agos de Coranto's family. Let our Lord Almighty take the departed soul to his heavenly abode.
Amin. Amin. Ya Rabbal Alamin.
Okay.
All right, everyone, let's go back. And I would like to welcome our session chair, the Vice Rector of Partnership and Human Relation Affairs, Universitas Sarjanawiyata, Tamansiswa, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Let us welcome Dr. Yunyun Yulia.
Thank you. Okay, check sound first. Can you all, everyone, listen to my voice, please?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, very
Good,
clear.
good.
Okay, thank you. The honorable keynote speakers, presenters, organizing committee, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And Taman Siswa has a special greetings everyone, salam dan bahagia. Hope blessings be always with us and welcome everyone to the 37th World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology. On behalf of the organizing committee, let me express our warmth greetings as well as happiness to all participants of this conference to spend their time disseminating current research works regarding multidisciplinary topics, challenges, as well as opportunities in this evolving world. This conference is organized and supported by IFERP and my apology if I got mispronounced, Technorate Group, which aims at the first one, disseminating latest and advanced research, and the second one, providing interdisciplinary platform for scholars and opportunities to discuss information from various organizations, investors, and industrialists. This conference, I think, becomes an extraordinary forum for researchers across countries. And we know everyone now we are still having our pandemic outbreak, and we do not know when it ends. The theme of the conference is technological developments and modern trends in applied science and advanced engineering, covering various issues on engineering, technology, management, education, and applied science. And those topics are generally related to the rapid and massive change of technology. And I think Professor Asep will discuss this later, and society in this disruptive era. Our deepest apology for any inconveniences occur, everyone, and have a fruitful discussion. And may God bless us all. Stay safe, healthy, and happy. Warm greetings and happiness be always with us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that our conference share. Next, before we proceed with our next speech, I would just like to welcome our session chairs. Dr. Nirzar M. Kulkarni, Professor and Dean, Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Management Studies and Research, RTM, Nagpur University, Maharashtra, India. Dr. Parmanand, Dean, Academic Affairs, Shada University, India. And now let us welcome our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Asep Saefuddin, Rektor Universitas Al Azhar, Indonesia.
Thank you. Thank
Morning,
you,
sir.
Miss. Good morning. Thank you very much, Miss Jojo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, I would like to thanks very much to the organizing conference of this 37th already World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology. Especially, I was reminded this conference by the Dean of Faculty of Psychology of Universitas Pancasila in Jakarta. So I am happy to present my thought about this conference. In this case, thank you very much, Ibu Yuyun, and all participants. I saw many permanent person, Professor Manoj Kumar Mishra is here, and also I would like to thank to my graduate student who just come, because I remind them to join this seminar, and I saw some name of my graduate student. Thank you very much for coming. I would like to share my slide if it is possible. Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, good. So this is. Have you seen this one already? Can you see my
Yep.
slide?
Yep.
Okay. So I would like to talk about how to optimize the science and technology in the society 5.0. This is about the talk about the future is now. As an introduction, today we are in the era of where science and technology are very dominating our life in various aspects. And in the same time, we need to develop a society with their humanism, and also many aspects of spiritualism, that we are not dominating by technology only, but we have to use the technology for our objective. And in this case, where we know that the industry now is already in the fourth industrial revolutions, which is indicated by the very high use of technology, such as robotic, artificial intelligence. But in the same time, we need to think about how about our environment, how about renewable resources, how about humanity. That's why I will go to that aspect at the end of the talk. Okay, this is, you may see in the Industrial Revolution of 4.0, you can see the people is helped by robot, and the car are not driven by human, and then drone is used for agriculture, and many things that we can see the various aspect of technology. I think in all over the world, yeah, Miss Jojo, in the Philippines also, have a same, I think it's all over the world, the same situation. I was in the UPLB a long time ago, Miss Jojo. I have a professor in Faculty of Animal Science over there, Professor Bondok is in the Philippines. Anyway, the technology disrupt almost everything, especially in the world of economic. Here is the case of Indonesia, our friends. For example, long time ago, we have a very conventional taxi, for example, which is very well known in Indonesia. Something like Bluebird taxi is they at that time about 10 years ago, they are not using technology, they are not using apps, they are not using AI. So at that time was almost disrupt. Now it's getting much better. But many big mall is already disrupt by the newcomer, which is very small but fast, very agile, and spaceless, timeless, and maybe reached for by anybody. That is the real case in Indonesia, for example. But I believe this kind of disruption is everywhere. So by the time that we understand we have a COVID-19, this is also accelerated the change. However, technology may be used to detect the COVID-19 at the molecular level. So again, this is the using of technology. Why we need that one? Because COVID-19, for example, affect almost everything, almost the activities of human health, education, and everything. So we need the technology to detect the COVID-19 in the moment. I just want to introduce a little bit about the COVID-19, that biologically it is complex, but at the same time, scientists try to find the solution, how to cope with this disease, because if we are not convinced, if we are not using the technology, it could be very difficult to deal with this kind of disease. And in the same time, I believe that biotechnology, virology, epidemiology now is getting very well known, is getting very important. But in the same time, they are using modern technology. For example, how to detect the virus. Some people try to find the particle-like virus. The idea of the particle-like virus is surrogate virus. It's not real virus, but look like virus. So to increase our immune system, by the time the virus comes, they will attack the virus. Like immunization, like vaccination, but not using the virus itself, something like in, for example, Pfizer or Sinovac, we are using that one. But some people now in the research of using particle-like virus, because the COVID itself, as I understand, they accelerate the disruption in almost every life. So, for example, in almost over the world, the distributions of virus is everywhere, and many people die, many people disease due to virus. So we need to cope with that kind of virus. In general, that virus, in the same time we use technology. Before the virus came, we were using for example, long distance education, but not in the massive as now. Now is unavoidable. We do not have any choice now. The virus attack the sector of education, culture and religion also, and trade, and economy. In education, we have some technologies, something like we have now we use Zoom for communicating with people in India and people in the Philippines and all over the world, are also in different islands of Indonesia. That is the good news of using technology. Otherwise, we cannot learn because the virus is over there. But in the same time, how to implement the ibadah, how to implement the pray during the pandemic, in the same, for example, how to go to the mosque, to the church, yeah, which is we are not allowed to have a crowd, so we need some people need virtual praying and also other technology, other method to overcome the virus. In economy, we have I think is the situation that we have now something what we call less contact economy because of virus, but in the same time also people already develop e-commerce, cashless payment, and etc. Now the effect of virus and technology to the social economy is now although before the pandemic we use technology, but not as vast as now. Now it's getting very big, people using that technology because we need it. We can see in internet using now getting 70% people using the internet, and also for online commercials in grocery is increased about 51%. And now people are used to use that technology because of the need, not only because of disruption, but the need to the virus. But in the same time, this is the case of Indonesia, where the virus came. In the same time, the people, the community, they are not aware of the virus. So some regulation from government, for example, 5M. 5M is social distancing, using masks and not crowd everything, like what we call 5M in Indonesia, 5M. But not too many people use that one, including tracing. Only 7% people use to be tested, and also use vaccination. Only 29% they are vaccinated. So some of them are not believe in the vaccination. Anyway, the good thing in our country, people still use traditional medicine. Many people in the village, they produce gingers and they drink gingers.
Is it me or did we lose Dr.? Let's give him a few minutes to come back. Right, everyone, for all participants, I would just like to remind you that you will be allotted up to 15 to 20 minutes per presentation, including the question and answer part. Welcome back. You're on mute. Doctor, you're on mute.
Yeah,
there you go. All right.
I have a problem with the internet, so I
no
was.
problem. Welcome back.
It's okay. I will go back again to
yes,
my slide. Okay.
Yes,
I'm sorry
please.
about that. It's uncontrollable.
True.
Okay, this is so I will skip this one, I think, because I think everybody understand now that the virus is attack everything, but in the same time we have to be creative how to overcome the problems. Oh, I'm sorry, it cannot move now. I'm sorry, I have to stop again. I have to share, and then I'm sorry about this, Miss Jojo.
No worries.
This is the technological problem, yeah.
It is.
Okay, yeah. In medium, small,
Maybe
medium.
please send your PowerPoint to the host. So host will share screen. So
Okay, but
easier.
I
I
think
have sent
it's
to.
good
Anyway,
already.
it's okay now.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, this is the adaptation of marketing activity using internet and IT. Now is getting large. Many people using the IT for online marketing, not only because of COVID, but also because of they need this one. COVID increased the using of IT about 6%. This is the manufacturing using the technology now is getting many percentage use the technology. And due to the technology also, we are now familiar with agriculture startup. In Indonesia, we have startup, for example, Sayur Box. Sayur Box is something like a vegetables startup group. The young people use the technology for sending the vegetable to whoever did. And Halodoc and Ruang Guru is education application for the student of senior high school and also basic school. Tani Hub is also in agriculture, and PAPR is technology to help the doctor in getting the oxygen. Now the society 5.0 now, this is the what I am proposing. You know, in many area before the technology, everything is very hard. But now you can see in the cycle one, IoT, Internet of Things, will connect all people with things. All we need, all brain put in the artificial tech and intelligence to understand the nature. For example, if you would like to see the fish, where is the accumulation of the fish, the school of fish, so we can use the IoT, Internet of Things. And also the social issue is nothing now getting very easy. People may use drone for their product, and many things in social aspect that helped by technology. And in the job also, in Indonesia case, the popular job that we find out now is related to science and technology. For example, data analysis, big data specialist, AI and machine learning, digital marketing, IoT specialist. It is all of the job that we increase at the moment, and therefore we have to learn, to ask the student to learn about the popular job now. Otherwise, they are not getting the job. So in this case, this is the example in fisheries marine. In this case, we have the problem still, especially in the capital, but also we have the problem in business management, also in technology. This is the case of Indonesia, researched by my student. So not only the technology they are having difficulties, but the capital, especially in the smallholder marine industry. And in general, in agriculture, we have a problems of land availability, but now is getting solved using high technology. Although the land is getting small, but the technology is getting large to reach the areas. This is the potential science and technology in agriculture. So we are using that science and technology for improving the the agriculture, especially for finance. And also we need to educate students by understanding the technology, by new technology. For example, now we have a farm-to-farm commerce, yeah, and the group of something like Tani Group and also Sairulbok. They use the technology for the moment. But to do that one, I would like to propose to you, the group of this World Conference, on how the technology for humanity, because technology itself could be dangerous if we do not introduce spiritualities and humanity in that technology, because the technology is soulless, but human, we have soul. So the creativity itself in the human, but the vastness and the very fast, and also the high speed and everything in technology. So we have to trade off between technology and human. We need also to discuss about what is the good model of collaboration. For example, among the countries between Indonesia and the Philippines and India and other countries, Malaysia and everything, how to collaborate nicely using technology without losing the human touch. And we need to have a direct selling from producer to consumer, not only in one country, but also in all over the world. For example, if you have the product in India, you may send to Indonesia, and then vice versa. And so we may reduce the problem of bureaucracy in economy. And then the last one that I would like to propose is how biotechnology may improve our agriculture problems that I mentioned, the land reducing, but using biotechnology and other modern technology related to AI and IoT and IT, so we will help the problems of agriculture. Okay, good. Thank you very much. And I would like to acknowledge first to Dr. Silverio Sone Suharsono, who remind me that I have invited in this seminar. And I'm very thankful to the organizing committee that I was available to be a keynote speaker. And also to my student who provide this kind of idea contributing to the paper. Thank you very much. And I will give to Ms. Jojo and Bu Yuyun again. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for that speech, Professor. Next, let me call on our next speaker, Vice President and Professor, Department of Economics and Management, British American University, Florida, USA. Let us welcome Dr. Manoj Kumar Mishra. You're on mute, sir.
Yes.
There you go. Hi.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Yep, we can now see your screen. Please proceed, Professor.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, uh, good morning. Good morning to all the participants. I feel pleased to participate in the 37th World Conference organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, Jakarta, Indonesia. The chair of this conference, Dr. Yugun Yulia, the organizing secretary, Dr. Kehiliono, and my colleagues, other keynote speakers, Dr. Saefuddin and Dr. Gilito, so and all the
Oh
members
my God.
association or organization and the participants from the different parts of the world and different parts of the world. I feel happy to be the part of this international world conference 37 organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. So today I will deliver my lecture, keynote lecture on Sustainable Development Goals, a Global Perspective. So in this lecture, I will discuss the different usage like Millennium Development Goals, a brief description, Millennium Development Goal to Sustainable Development Goal Agenda, present global development scenario I will discuss, sustainable development goals objectives and trends of different objectives of sustainable development goal, a cross country analysis. I will also discuss the strategy for sustainable development goals, how to achieve the sustainable development goal and challenges of sustainable development goals in this present time. All those things I will discuss in today my lecture. So this topic is important because the theme of this conference is application of science and technology for development, and therefore sustainable development is a global issue and which can be achieved by the optimization of the use of application of science and technology in different aspects of our life. So first, what is Millennium Development Goal? As we know that in 2000 AD, there, there organized the conference of the world leaders to cure the poverty of the world. Development is the prime issue of the world. Each and every country should develop. Each and every country should get even the basic fundamental needs of life that may be concerning to the any parts of life. So for the cure of poverty, there was organized a meeting by the world leaders in 2000, and they discussed the vision about the how to fight against the poverty, how to cure the poverty and many dimensions of poverty, because poverty is a parent cause of all the socio-economic disease. And for this vision, 8 Millennium Development Goals were cleared, and that was guided by the world guided development work across the world for the past 15 years, mean from 2001 to 2015, they have decided that they have to achieve the 8 Millennium Development Goals. That was the objective. So these Millennium Development Goals are, these are the Millennium Development Goals. In these goals, first was the eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. Poverty is the main problem of world. Not only poverty, but hunger also. The quality of food, food is not appropriate, not good, and not only the quality. There is also the problem in most. In spite of the universal primary education is problem and developing country, and primary education is the social commodity that is essential for the development of society of any country. Concerning to developed or underdeveloped countries, in the developed country it has been achieved, but particularly in the underdeveloped country, this is the problem. So second objective was a universal primary education. Third one is the promote gender equality and empower women. Women empowerment is important, and gender equality in different parameters of the society. Women are not equivalent to men in the different parts of the world. So that was also the issue. In spite of this, they concerning to the reduced child mortality. Child mortality is high in the underdeveloped country, that is about 20, 25, 10 or more than 10. So this is not the good. So in this Millennium Development Goal, it has been decided to reduce the child mortality and improve the mental health, means the people should be mentally fit so that they can give their best for the development of society. In spite of this, the sixth objective was combat HIV/AIDS, malaria, and other disease that are the very important that we are increasing in the different parts of the world. So how to cure this disease was also very important. In spite of this, ensure environmental sustainability. Environmental sustainability is also important because when we do the development or growth and you utilize the natural resources, the quality of environment degraded. And when quality of environment will decrease, degrade, it will affect the health of the people, and therefore this is also a big issue. In spite of this, a global partnership for development is required. That was the last objective of Millennium Development Goals, and therefore they were the 8 objectives of this Millennium Development Goals. So now the from 2001 to 2015, there was the time of Millennium Development Goal, and in 2012, there in the UN conference was organized in Rio de Janeiro. The theme was the sustainable development, that that concerning to the development for the long time, development for our coming generation also. This was the main issue of this Rio de Janeiro conference in 2012. In this conference, the appeal were made to make the common goal. Previously, the Millennium Development Goal was concerning particularly to the underdeveloped and developing country, and then we move to the sustainable development that is concerning to the whole world, developed and developing countries all, but particularly focus on underdeveloped and developing countries. The Millennium Development Goal did not consider environmental issue, that is the emission of greenhouse gases and the access to clean drinking water and management of water resource. While in the sustainable development goal, we have included all the aspects of the development that is need to make the relationship between nature and society. As we know that the nature should be the friend of the people, but people are exploiting the nature for their individual interest. That is not the good. So in the sustainable development, it has been felt that there should be coordination between nature and society. In spite of this, the social, environmental, and economic dimensions of development have been included in the sustainable development goal. So sustainable development goal is a broad concept concerning to the Millennium Development Goal, and the time period of sustainable development goal is 2016 to 2030. Within the 15 years, 2001 to 2015 Millennium Development Goal and 2016 to 2030, these 15-year Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goal is the broad of the Millennium Development Goal, but it is the problem how to achieve the goals of sustainable development. So first of all, I'm discussing the present global development scenario. What is the development scenario in the world? And we are seeing that there is asymmetrical development. There is asymmetrical development in the world, and not asymmetrical development at continent level, asymmetrical development at continent level, at country level, at a state level, even in the region level, and even in the family level, we are seeing the asymmetrical development, that is the unbalanced development. This is the main problem of the development of world. Generally, development means desired growth is called development. The per capita income of people should increase, the life standard, the consumption level, the infrastructural facilities in the economy like road facilities, transportation facilities, electricity facilities, education facilities, medical facilities, even the green development, even the plantation, all those things should be developed, and these are concerning to the development. And generally the development is concerning to the high thinking, high living and high thinking. Previously, the Gandhiji, you know the Gandhiji, very famous in the world, he was believing that simple living and high thinking, that was good. But in this present scenario, we are moving, we are thinking for the high living and high development, that is also more appropriate than this for the global society. But development should not only be for the present generation, it should also be for the future generation also, that is also important. Therefore, we are seeing that North America is highly developed. In the case of infrastructure, any type of infrastructure, road facilities, sanitation facilities, irrigation facilities, electricity, education, hospitals, market, engineering and technological developments, all those things, the life expectancy of the people, the literacy rate, the technical and professional education in human health, all these environmental cleanliness, all the parameters, the North America is the highly developed countries and highly developed continents in the world. While we discuss the South America, this is not developed country, and all the parameters are very backward in the South American country. As far as it is concerned to the European countries, we see that all the parameters are very developed, but in the Asian countries, some countries situated in the north, while in the south also and the east also, like Japan, Korea, China, these are maximum developed. Taiwan also very developed, but in maximum countries of the Asia, they are not developed. They are developing, and their per capita income, their consumption level, their capital formation, employment generation rate, and infrastructural facilities, all those things are very backward in this country. As far it is concerning to the Australia, Australia is a developed continent. But if we discuss about the African continents, they are not developed. Most of the country in the Africa are underdeveloped or developing with the poor infrastructure and poor social and economic parameter of development, and this is also a big issue for the development of the world society. So we can not only this asymmetrical development at continent level, but this is also urban and rural. In the urban areas, the infrastructure is about satisfactory, while in the rural area, we are lacking the infrastructural facilities like road facilities, electricity, education, hospital, market, industrial development, skill development, employment development, and lacking of educational institutions in the rural areas. So while we are seeing that in the underdeveloped countries or developing countries, about 80%, 25% people live in the rural areas, while in all the parameters, the rural areas is very underdeveloped. This is the problem. So in the case of same family, we are seeing that in the same family, if there are five brothers, two brothers consumption level, income level is very high, while three or four brothers income and consumption level is not satisfactory. So we are saying that this disparity is at all the levels in the country or in the world. We are seeing this problem. So as far as we can also say that when we give the world data, we can say that top 20% population of the world has 24.1% income. Top 20% population of the world has 24.1% world income, while second richest 20% of the world have 14.6% world income, while the middle 20% people of the world have 6.5% income of the world, while second poorest 20% people of the world have 3.5% world income, while bottom 20% poor people in the world have only 1.5% of world income. This is showing the big disparity at the world level. This is also the problem. And if we say that 20 plus 20 is equal to 40, 40% bottom people have only 3.5 plus 1.5, that is the 5% income of the world. 40% poor people have only 5% income of the world. This is the big problem. And in spite of this, we are saying that high income countries are concerning to the OECD, East and Central income, Central European are going to the second group, while Latin America and Caribbean are in the middle income countries, and South Asian countries are the second poorest countries of the world, while the sub-Sahara region are particularly the bottom 20% poor countries of the world. This is the scenario of the income disparities and development in the world. So we can also say that by seeing this figure, it is saying that when poorest and richest, bottom is the poorest and top is the richest. So in the bottom, we are seeing that most of the people are at the bottom, and where only few people at the high where the income is low. Very few people of the world has the high low income. It is saying by this second diagram, it is clear that this shows the regional percentage of the population for each 20% of income. So we are seeing this by seeing this diagram, it is clear that in the high top top 20%, the highest here is the OECD. OECD, that is the one OECD, you can see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So one is increasing the highest 20% people, then the part is the 2 in the highest. And when we go in the poorest country, bottom bar, bottom bar, we are seeing the sub-Saharan African countries. This is the scenario of the world, and this is not satisfactory, and this is the problem, posing the problem before the development of world. So this is the case, and we are seeing that when we discuss about the sustainable development of the world, these 17 goals have been targeted, 169 targets and 230 indicators, that is based on the huge data. It has been created. The main objective of the Sustainable Development Goal are 17, and that is concerning these goals are no poverty, that up to 2030 we have to eradicate the poverty, we have to make the zero hunger at the world level, good health and well-being, good health not only physical but mindset of people should be positive. That is the objective. In spite of this, we have not to focus only the quantity education, but we have to focus on the quality education for the world development. And gender equality, that is gender equality, that is also important, and we should have to focus on clean water and sanitation, that is the need of our, and affordable and clean energy for the development, that is also the need of our, and decent work and economic growth is required for the development of world industry, innovation, infrastructure. All those things are the objective of sustainable development. As we know that innovation is the engine of economic growth. Innovation means to finding the new resources, to finding the new methods of production, to finding the new technology, all those things, that is very important, and that is possible through the application of science and technology in the different parts of the world, that is the need of the hour. In spite of this, the objective are also concerning to the reducing inequality, that is the main challenge before the world. We are seeing that in the rural areas, some places are very remote and very backward, that is need to develop at the world level, particularly in the underdeveloped and developing countries. So sustainable cities and communities are also the problem. We are facing the problem in the cities. The burden of the people are increasing in the cities, and most of the cities are not planned and not systematic. So sustainable cities are very important, that is concerning to the planned cities, green cities, and developed cities. In spite of this responsible consumption and production, that is the need of the hour, the consumer should be responsible, the producer should be responsible, the producer should thinking for the development of and for the rights of consumers also, and consumers should also respect the producer, respect the entrepreneur, that is also the need of the hour. Climate action is also important. We are seeing that the climate is changing, the climate is also changing, the greenhouse gases increasing all over the world, and so the world temperature is increasing, so there can be problem in the future for the world. So climate changing is also the big issue, and that should be adjusted all over the world. In spite of this, life below water, the in the water we are seeing that about 20% part of world is water. So life below water should also be make means the we should improve the quality of ocean water also, and life on the land, that is also important, that is concerning to us. And peace, justice and a strong institutions are the need of our for research, development, and harmony in the world society, that is the need of our, and partnership for goals, that is concerning that the NGO should come, the non-governmental organization should also come, and they should play the positive role for the development of society, that is the need of our. So now the issue is that a strategy for sustainable development goal. What should be the proper strategy? How we can achieve the goal, sustainable development goal, that is the very important. But one thing I am also saying that what the objectives of the uh, what the objective of sustainable development goal, these are 17, and is these normative concept or if these These are the positive concept. Normative concept is based on the ideology, while positive is the actual. But we are saying that these are the normative, these are the ideology, but in the real sense, the world is not achieving these objectives, and the world is very far from these objectives. So now the question arises, what should be the strategy for the sustainable development goal to achieve, particularly in the underdeveloped and developing countries? So government role, I think that the government role should only to concentrated to the strong defense, administration, law and order, education, health and infrastructure development. While the people of the country should play the dominant role for the development of the country, the commitment and the cooperation country level at the country level at the personal level, that is very very important for the development, and there is need to make the politics zero, and all the people should be committed and should be cooperative for the development of the nation also. In spite of this, the intention of people is required to be changed, and we should think as a global family. We should not more focus as a country level, as a family level, as a state level, as a particular place or particular creed level or religion level. We should think as a global level, that global is a family, and we should try to become the global responsible citizen. All the problems should be seen globally, and there should be the harmony of all the people of the world, and all the people should have the positive intention and should be the responsible global citizen. That is the need of our. In spite of this, there is need to develop the rural areas, because in the underdeveloped and developing countries, about 25 to 80%, in some countries 85% people live in the rural areas. So there is need to develop the rural areas, otherwise there will be exclusive development. The people of the rural area will be excluded in the path of development. That is the not good. So in my opinion, we should develop all the infrastructural facilities. Universities should be opened in villages. A road should be made in villages very nicely. Electricity facilities, water facilities, college educational facilities, school facilities, even market facilities, training facilities, all those things, employment generation, all those things should be developed in the villages. Therefore, the migration from rural areas to urban area can be stopped, and it will lead to the proper development of rural areas. In spite of this, there should be the coordination between agriculture, industry, and service sector. As we know that in the underdeveloped country, maximum people livelihood is agriculture and its related activity, and industry gets the raw material from agriculture, and service sector, that is concerning to the tertiary sector of economy. So all these three sectors are connecting to each other. So if we not develop the balance and make the balance coordination in all the sectors, we cannot think about the proper development of world. Therefore, it is need to make the agriculture, industry, and service sector coordination. In spite of this, the skill generation is important. In my opinion, the skill generation center should be open in all the parts of the world, even in the rural areas, even in the remote areas, in the backward areas also particularly, they should be focused, and that is directly concerning to the employability. According to the survey of the World Survey, in the developed countries, the employability rate is about 80%, while in the underdeveloped countries, the employability rate is only 10 to 12% of the higher education system. So in the underdeveloped countries, the people are getting the higher education system. They are getting the degree of engineering, medical, MSc, PhD like this. In spite of this, they are lacking the employability. Employability is concerning to the suitability of human resource for the employment. That is the big problem in the underdeveloped country, and there is need to generate the employability among particularly in the youth, and that is possible through the proper skill generation and proper training. So this is the need of our. In spite of this, there is need to focus on the entrepreneurship development. We have seen that only there are two class in the world. We should see in this way: rich people and poor people. A book of finance, rich dad and poor dad, is saying this. Rich class means who invent the money and money works for them, and poor people are those who works for money. So maximum people are the job seekers. We consider that job seekers are the poor people and job creators are the rich people. So the we should give the training to the people so that they can become the job creator, they can become the job giver. That is the need of our, and we can increase the job employment, and therefore employability is also required. We should give the education as per the needs of industry, as per the needs of primary sector, secondary sector, and tertiary sector, so that the employability can be generated in the youth, in the learners, and they can get the appropriate job. Not only get the job, but they will be able to create the job for the others also. So it should be focused. Women entrepreneurship should also be focused. Public and private partnership is the need of our, that should be, because in the underdeveloped country the government is lacking the fund problem. Therefore through the public and private partnership we can develop, just like we can use the South Korea model that is based on public private partnership, and very beautiful country in the world, South Korea. When you go to the villages also, the same facilities like cities you found in the South Korea. Previously it was a agricultural based country, agriculture, but in the South Korea agriculture sector, industry sector, service sector all are very developed. Taiwan is also a good model. Inclusive development, women and child should be included in the path of development at person level, and the development should be at the person level. All the people, all the person of the world should be included in the path of development. Environment and natural resources protection is required. That environment should be protected. Environment should be protected, and natural resources should be protected, and environment should be used need based environment, and it should not be used the greed based environment. Nature has given the infrastructure us, the resources us for our need, for the fulfillment of our needs, but nature has not given us the resources to fulfill our greed. So that is the not good things. So local resources based development model are required to develop. While talking out the development of a particular region, we should analyze the local resources, and as per the plentiness and availability of local resources, there is need to make the growth plan. That is the need of our. In this case, we can discuss about the three concepts: possibilism, determinism, and neo-determinism. The possibilism is saying that man is the master and man can change the nature. Man can change the nature. This is not the good, and that will pose a question on the sustainable development. We are exploiting the natural resources very blindly. We are making the water polluted, soil polluted, air polluted, and we are generating so many problems of the world. And this is in the possibilism concept is saying. while determinism is saying that the nature is supreme, and the man has to work according to the nature. And but the neo-determinism is saying that man should be the friend philosopher of nature, and man should make the coordination with nature. Sometimes man can can adopt with the nature, and some little bit mind can change the nature, but we think that we should become the friend of nature, and we should not change more the nature. Otherwise there will be problem, not only for today, but it will be big problem for our coming generation. So in this case we think that green world, clean world, healthy world, and wealthy world, that is possible through the development of engineering and technology. That is the need of the hour. In spite of this, while achieving the sustainable development, I will complete on time only 2 or 3 minutes. I know that my time is up to 8:50, so I will complete within 2 3 minutes. So what are the challenge of the sustainable development goals? We are need that the attitude of the people are poor. Maximum people's attitude are the poor. The people has become the selfish, selfish, and they are interested to make only own interest. That is not good. I am saying that there should not be conflict between individual interest and social interest, as Adam Smith has told. Adam Smith told that man is guided by his self-economic interest, and there is no, and man is the best judge of his own economic interest, and there is no conflict between individual interest and social interest, and if it is conflicted, it is corrected by invisible hand. But the present time we are seeing that the attitude of people are poor. They are thinking for their greed only, their own greed only. That is not the good, and that is the main challenge before this. Okay. So in spite of this, we can say that we should develop on the finance for development is also a big challenge. UNO, UNDP, World Bank, IMF, Asian Development Bank, and Development Bank at continent level are facilitating the loan facilities at a low interest rate. That is the good things, but finance is also a big problem for the development of world. So one thing also the problem that capitalists are interested to use the capital intensive technique of production, not labor intensive technique of production. That is concerning to the jobless growth, and therefore we are seeing that many engineers, doctors, and many professional technocrats are going to be jobless. This is the main problem. But one thing is also important, they have most of the people, learners have also lacking the employability also. But the challenge is that capital intensive technique of production, that is the need of our, that is innovation, but we should also try to generate the job. We should also apply the labor intensive technique of production to give the job to the people. Need to profit, need has been changed to profit, and now profit has been changed to greed. And the objective of the companies in today time is not only the profit maximization, it has become the greed maximization, and that is not good for the world community, and this is the problem. And the poor intention and commitment of the people is also the big challenge to achieve the sustainable development goal at the country also, for the country also, and for the individual also. Lack of eco-friendly technology, particularly in the case of underdeveloped countries, because its cost is high. This is also the main challenge. And high defense expenditure, we are seeing that defense expenditure in most of the countries are increasing because there is a problem of cold war. This is not the good. If defense expenditure is a non-planned expenditure, and if it decreases, the country can think for the development, and therefore there is the need to make the harmony and peace in all the countries of the world. but it is also a problem. Rapid population growth is also a big challenge, so it is required to control, optimize the population should be the need of our equity and justifiable distribution of resources and wealth. All those things are the issues which should be handled. In spite of this lack of pandemic management methodology, we are seeing that this is a challenge. At the COVID time, most of the country got affected. The GDP of the most of the country declined, and the world is facing a long problem from December 2019. We are facing the problem particularly from the March 2009. Particularly from the March 2019, most of the country of the world facing the pandemic COVID problem that has affected the science and technology, medicine, and all those things, even the employment of all the people, it has affected the psychology of the people, health, mind, peace, prosperity, employment, economic, politics, all those things affected. So these are the problems, and how to manage the pandemic is a need of our for the global society. So it can be handled by the global responsible citizen, not as a only national citizen. So poor logistic and supply chain management is also the problem, particularly in the underdeveloped country, and that is required to be made good by the need of our, that is that should be handled. So thank you so much, thank you so much. I feel happy to be the part of this conference, and I feel happy that institute of institute of uh, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, Jakarta, has invited me and Priya. I know the Priya from India. She invited me particularly in this conference, so I feel happy. And one thing I'm saying that the Institute for Engineering Research and Technology, Jakarta, is doing the great work for the development of academic, particularly the research, the publication of the good journals, and for the development of the global society. That is very good initiative of this association in all over the world. So I thank so much to the Institute for Engineering Research and Publications for organizing such type of wonderful conferences at the global level in different uh, and the delegates from the different world of the different parts of the world are participating in this conference. So thank you for organizing this international conference and inviting me in this event. Thank you.
It's our honor and thank you so much. We have a question though from Susilawati or Sisi Politician. The question is, how can technological developments continue to be controlled so as not to damage human life itself, instead to facilitate human life and be well received by all humans in all countries?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, madam. Technological development, actually the development is should be concerning to the human development. Any development which is not benefiting the society, which is damaging the society, is not development, and it should be impact on the society for the development of all the people of society. So we think that the green development, the green technology development, we should develop the technology how to utilize the natural resources properly, not only for the present time but also for the future generation also. Therefore the green technology is required to development that will be based on the searching the resources, what should be the resources for the future, and the technology should be concerning to the generation of new resources. That is the need of our, because we are seeing that after 20 or 30 years, there will be the problem of energy in the world, the coal problem, the petroleum problem, even the water problem. It has been forecasted that next world war will be for the water. For the water, the quality of water is degrading, the quality of soil is degrading, the natural resources, petroleum is uh, decreasing. So we are thinking that after the 20 or 30 year, there will be the problem before the global community to protect the development. This is the problem, and therefore it is required the technology. We should develop the technology that will generate the new resources, that will protect the new resources, and that should be based on very small use of resources, so that we can create the resources and we can do the natural resources, and that technology should be the green technology. Therefore we can think about the green world, clean world, healthy world, and wealthy world.
Thank you so much. For Susilawati, do you have any additional questions? Are we good? All right, I think none. Let's proceed to our technical session 1. But before I do that, of course, I will take my remembrance to everyone. I request everyone to turn on their cameras and give me that big smile of yours. Come on, turn on.
Hello, sorry, I'm not ready for look face because it's very.
I understand.
I'm not ready.
It's okay. It's
Thank
okay.
you for a big inspire answer from Mr. Manoj Kumar.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Please hold your smiles, everyone, because I will be taking photo for 2 screens. All right. So, come on. There you go. Smile, everyone. 1, 2. Smile. Say cheese. One moment. My screen froze. Hold on. One moment. All right, for the next page, everyone smile. Hold it. Another one. Hold on. My screen is freezing. Hold on. Right, one more. 1, 2, say cheese. All right, thank you so much, everyone. And let's go ahead and proceed with our technical session 1. All right, let's welcome our session chair for technical session 1, Professor and Dean, Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Management Studies and Research, RTM Nagpur University, Maharashtra, India. Let us welcome Dr. Nirzar M. Kulkarni.
Hello everyone.
Morning, sir. Would you like to give a speech?
Yeah. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed. Sorry.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. This bright morning, and I welcome you all on 37th World Conference on Applied Sciences, Engineering, and Technology, hosted by IFERP, that is Institute for Engineering Research and Publications. We have very good articles submitted and lined up during the technical session 1 and 2, and there are seven papers presenters in technical session 1. I'm thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair the first technical session. I look forward for the very productive discussions and enriching experience. That's all from my side, and the technical session 1 may begin.
All right. Before All right. Before I proceed, I would just like to remind all the presenters that you are allotted 15 to 20 minutes of your presenter, including the question and answer portion. All right. So let's call on our next presenter, Atika Shamsi. The paper about development of curriculum based on local cultural arts in higher education to prepare the life skills of prospective elementary school teacher.
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. Just a moment. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, it is now visible. Please go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you. Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all in good condition and very happy today. And I'm glad to see you all. And I'm thankful to organization WCASET Jakarta. Allow me introduce myself and my team. I'm Atika Samsi and my team is Olivia Rombot, and I think they join in this virtual conference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this presentation, we will discuss about education and technology subtheme. And my title is Development of Curriculum Based on Local Cultural Arts in Higher Education to Prepare the Life Skills of Prospective Elementary School Teacher. First, I will explain to you about our introduction and background. This research is triggered by the wariness of many job seekers with bachelor degree and lack of absorption university graduates, which show on below table from Central Statistic Agency BPS Cirebon 2020. We can see that almost all graduates have an employment, but what is interesting is that universities also create unless of 5.13. So the point is that even though they are highly educated, it doesn't guarantee that all of their graduate will work, apart from that because of the COVID pandemic. And the increase of in unemployment is also one of the impact of the pandemic, consisting of unemployment due to COVID-19, not working due to COVID-19, and working population experiencing job reduction due to COVID-19. And this is data is from the BPS agency. In line with that, the Cirebon PGM study program as higher education develop curriculum design to meet community needs and to respond the speed of technological openness and global markets by preparing prospective elementary school teachers to be competitive in the global era, but remain aware and willing to preserve local culture. In this case, is to foster love with Java culture. And from reference to this background, the researchers draw several formulations of the problem as follow: how to design higher education study program through curriculum development based on local cultural arts, and how to implement curriculum development design according to stakeholder needs for higher education student. And then I will explain about literature review, and I will explain why this literature is so important for us. Number one, curriculum design at university based on the framework of the Indonesia National Qualification or KKNI. That's created by Sutrisno, Professor Sutrisno and Suyadi. And the second theory is the improvement of art educational quality through curriculum development art education based on competence of education institution of teaching staff. And another research is analysis emphasizes more on completing curriculum file based on local culture compliant with the stakeholder needs to match the essence of educational process that humanizing learners and appreciate more on cultural values in society. And then in the next part is about method. In this research method, division into several parts is design model and development and validation stage and collecting data and analysis data. In the design model, this research uses AD model, analysis, design, develop, implement, and evaluate. And the development these blueprints aims to design on smart curriculum, specific, measurable, applicable, and realistic, and then choose the right learning method to achieve that goal. In this case, the study program perform a combination of method and media in the content of the course that we can choose and determine which is the most relevant to embed local cultural content. And the validation stage, validation is a continuous process where data has been collected, verified, applied limitedly at group model. That is university student who take art and culture subject at semester 3 as a trial and consideration to continue to the next stage with the purpose to improve the system. And after that, the next stage is doing evaluation together with stakeholder at study program at IAIN Cirebon. Researcher hold FGD together with faculty leader and PGME study program leader, lectures and stakeholder at elementary school to do verification and evaluation for curriculum completion in a draft and content. This joint evaluation is very essential in curriculum development. Evaluation is assumed as a process in decision making, while research is use data collection to make a decision. And then collecting data. To obtain data in this study, the author used several methods in the collection data, such as observation, was conduct activities related to the needs of stakeholders in the field of ballot, which includes human resources as well as obstacle faced by the school in introducing local cultural art to students. And then interview are conducted researches to the relevant parties to obtain the required information in more detail. So of course of the interview used in this method is semi-structured interview, and then questionnaire. This is this questionnaire is given to curriculum expert from universities and students who are tested. And the analysis data was carried out using qualitative descriptive design with inductive thinking logic that is to arrange by describing, interpreting the data, and analyzing all the things that are the focus in this study. And then next part is related to the result and discussion, where our findings are divided into some aspect. Number one is aspect from teachers. Teachers rely only on books when teaching, and teachers do not have additional skill in teaching, and teachers are less innovating in teaching method. And the aspect of headmaster, teachers who have other skills can be asked in the school extracurricular activities as a master, and schools are very helpful if they have teachers who have talent other than teaching, and teachers with additional skill will get more welfare than teachers who only teach. And aspect of curriculum in curriculum 2013, actually currently used in Indonesia, has actually accommodated the culture, but less deeply on the local culture because it tends to thematic, and school has not include local culture program in school activities. And the last aspect is support system. Facilities on competencies educators have not been maximized in the utilization of the surrounding environment for alternative media learning, and lack of response from parent of student. And then enter in subchapter of a curriculum is the curriculum development pattern based on local culture in higher education is consists of preliminary study stage and development stage and validation stage, and the last is evaluation. Evaluation together with the stakeholder at study program. Researchers hold FGD and the head of Cirebon Youth Sport and Tourism, as well as a practitioner with the also at lecture for Cirebon Art and Culture Study Program, PGME. And then we can discuss about sub Chapter B, implementing curriculum design based on local culture at higher education, is consists of planning, and then learning and implementation, and the assessment of evaluation. In planning, it is curriculum arrange begins with step and planning on class learning design, start from need analysis, competence formulation, and then the curriculum development, follow with unit of learning agenda or SAP, syllabus, and assessment. In the learning implementation, besides implementation in the class, PGME study program also cooperate with art studio in Cirebon area. One of them is Kelapa Jajar Art Studio in Kanoman Village, which align with curriculum implementation based on local culture at organizational activity PGME student. So PGME study program can equip their student with Cirebon artistry. And the last assessment and evaluation. Okay. And the last subchapter C, about stakeholder response to the development of local culture. This is a result from two direct support and indirect support. Direct support is can be directly felt by the campus, namely a positive response to local culture at learning activities in the lecture class. And the second is to provide support by working together to provide containers and facilities for students who want to practice the result of culture art learning obtained, and some schools such as ME Anur even provide art center for use by students related to improving the competence of culture. And then indirect support, stakeholders respond by stimulating their respective school to initiative the implementation of culture art that can later collaborate with the campus, including the first is support for the development of school policies that care about Cirebon culture arts. And the second is support for the provision of infrastructure that accommodates local culture art and also optimizes cooperation between institution, school, and university. So the points are with this curriculum design study program at PGME based on local art and culture stakeholder with this study program can bring back the corpus of Cirebon artistry and keep Sundanese element which attach to Cirebon society, and curriculum implementation based on art culture compliant with stakeholder need is influenced by a capable lecturer and master in Cirebon local art and culture can manifest curriculum into learning practice, both inside and outside class. Because until now local art and culture is getting eliminated. With this curriculum design based on local art and culture study program can equip their student with Cirebon specific artistry. Thank you very much for your great attention, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer them anytime. And I give back to the host. Thank you.
You're very much
Mr.
welcome.
Giulio.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions or feedback?
Yeah. Only one question, whether it should be left to the choice of the participant or it should be made compulsory. Your opinion.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nizar, right? Okay, my compulsory is about implementation. Is implementation on the local culture on this stage about development is initiating by formulating curriculum design based on local culture with reference to university curriculum using the Indonesian National Qualification or KKNI. The curriculum development team also arranged formulation based on this consideration. Designing and development based on the KKNI is start from learning accomplishment, competence element, lowering study material, curriculum mapping, unit semester credit or SKS, calculation table, curriculum structure until soft skill development mapping, including other supporting devices such as syllabus and educational planning in each semester or lecture unit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, good job. Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the participants? All right, before I proceed, our next presenter would be from Jagana Gosh. I would like to ask, are there any one in the team of Dr. Kayono? Oh, hold on. Dr. Kayono team does want to present the presentation. Anyone? All right, so let me go ahead and share the screen. One moment. Everyone, can you hear that?
There is no sound.
You cannot hear the sound?
No, we have no sound.
Okay, one moment. How about now?
I think you have to share sound on the screen. There is no sound here because there is no screen sound on your Zoom.
I included the sound on the, when I share the screen, share audio. Still cannot hear that?
Public in contemporary pandemic. So let us
Yes,
start.
now it's already.
Recent
Okay, thank you. Hold on.
A very good afternoon. I welcome all the delegates of 37th World Conference in Applied Science, Engineering and Technology in Indonesia on 18 and 19 August in virtual online mode. I am Dr. Jagannath Ghosh from Sidhu Kano Birsa University, West Bengal, India. I am going to present a paper named Role, Elements and Propensity of Corporate Social Responsibility as Collaborator of Public in Contemporary Pandemic. So let us start. Recent spreading of corona disease has deep long-term adverse effect in our culture, society and economy, also apart from disease itself. The situation caused huge social crisis, reducing well-being and hampered overall sustainable development. Agriculture, industry and service like transport, tourism, entertainment, health, etc. and almost all sectors of our society have been severely damaged. And in this unfortunate poor condition, any government alone cannot revive society until it could be parallel way addressed by the country's business houses or industries. COVID outcome includes inequality of the safety issues and different facilities based on the income, power, etc., rising mental stress level and anxiety among many people, closure of all education institutes, drop in those family income of country, massive unemployment of community due to closing of business activities and organizations, rising unsocial attitude of people, etc. Also, there are practically growing discrimination and social exclusion of infected people, reduction in all transactions as well as money flow in market, mere helplessness and insecurity oriented feeling of elder people and children especially, increasing domestic violence and suicide of common men, break of supply of necessary commodities, etc. This paper argues that in this contemporary pandemic period, corporate sectors should play a major notable role for confronting and attending this crisis as well facilitating and reshaping injured society. Popularly known as corporate social responsibility, business can attend this issue well due to having enough power and capital. A big deal of CSR is making awareness of medical guidelines like mask use while outside, etc., and broadcasting appealing preventive slogans for awareness by media as keeping social distance, washing hands regularly, etc. Companies can also produce by them more products that provide safety from COVID issues like corona test kit, proper medicine, medical ventilator, hand sanitizers, face mask, bathing soap, face shield, etc. and either donate or sell these items at less price. They can spend some money for solving issues like healthcare prevention, rehabilitation issues, penury of people, starvation situation, availability of consumable water, sanitation provision, rescue work for helpless people, building safe home and quarantine center for infected people, etc. by their own involvement or by contributing in Prime Minister Care Fund. The corporations may permit their staffs work from home, arrange counseling for staffs and stay away from retrenchment or salary cut of staffs as playing proper parental role for their employees. They means companies could recruit some volunteers to assist helpless people in different places, ensure more online services for community for necessary tasks including facilitating online education, etc. Thus, the authority of corporations will act morally for empowerment and betterment of their vital stakeholder, namely society or community, in corona crisis period and can stay permanently in good book of customer, print and electronic media, community and government. Different companies have great contribution in this regard. As we know, Company Act 2013 also mandates all companies having certain level of worth or turnover or net profit to spend minimum 2% of net profit for purpose of social responsibility. This paper appeals industries to have a deep thought to address the needful in this situation and sustain as a responsible corporate citizen. Thank you.
Is the reference for his work there? All right. Are there any questions or feedback? No, we cannot cater any questions. Sorry. Next, I would like to call on our next presenter, Romzi Atyong. The paper about the COVID-19 impacts on higher learning institutions, leadership, trend, opportunities, and challenges. Romzi? Romzi? All right, we'll go back to that. Next, let me call on Billy Ray Aldan. Billy? Billy Ray Aldan?
Yes, I thought I was in the afternoon.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have a slight change and you will be called on today. Are you ready?
Yes, wait.
All right. So let us welcome Billy Ray Aldan to present the development of water quality monitoring system using solar-powered microcontrolled wireless sensor technology with automated alert and aeration system in Taal Lake. Go ahead. Should it have a sound?
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm about to present my paper entitled Development of Water Quality Monitoring System using solar-powered microcontrolled wireless sensor technology with automated alert and aeration system in Taal Lake. Yours truly is an associate professor and the program chair of the electrical engineering program at Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Santo Tomas, Batangas, Philippines. I've been in the academe for 10 years and my research interests are in power system, renewable energy, and microcontroller. Currently, I am pursuing my doctorate degree in Doctor of Engineering, major in Engineering Management at Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Open University System, Santa Mesa, Manila. Lakes are essential aquatic resources in the Philippines. The majority of these lakes provide a livelihood and different recreational activities to nearby communities. Since lakes are considered the common property, over the past years, it's been spoiled. The growth in human activity resulted in devastating impacts in the increase of specific compounds above natural level in fresh water that cause pollution problems, one of which is aquaculture. Aquaculture is breeding, raising, and harvesting shellfish and aquatic plants, reducing the susceptibility of aquaculture production due to water quality deterioration by fishing is a national priority for sustainable fish production. The Taal Lake is a freshwater volcanic crater located in the province of Batangas, Philippines. It is the country's third largest lake and a maximum depth of 172 meters with a surface area of 234.2 square kilometers. It provides livelihood and aquatic resources, usually in floating fish cages in its nearby communities. Among dominant fisheries are tilapia, tawilis, and milkfish. Rigorous human activity through recreational activities and fish cage industry worsened lake quality and sometimes led to a fish kill. Recently, almost 42.9 million worth or about 605 metric tons of tilapia were reported due to fish kill in the Taal Lake, in what the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines called as one of the worst fish kill in the fish cage industry. Fish kills are already common in Taal Lake, particularly in the months of May to July when heavy rain starts to fall. Low levels of dissolved oxygen level are among the main reason for fish kill. Adequate water monitoring is a must to ensure environmental sustainability in the lake. Water monitoring and sampling can help understand the effects of water pollution on aquatic life. In the interview conducted by the researcher, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources conducts manual monitoring every second week of the month in the Taal Lake. The BFAR Region 4A uses the traditional manual method. Here, they collect water samples from various points or station to test for laboratory analysis. The manual process has proved ineffective since it is time-consuming, laborious, and lacks real-time results to stimulate proactive responses to water contamination. This study aims to develop a solar-powered Arduino-based wireless sensor network technology buoy for real-time data acquisition at a pre-programmed time interval that can be used for water monitoring, particularly the temperature level, pH level, ammonia, and dissolved oxygen of the lake. During critical level, when oxygen is below 3 milligrams per liter, the device will emit an alarm system and will notify the stakeholders through GSM or text message, and an aeration system will automatically work providing oxygen for the fish. This device will aid stakeholders for real-time data with minimal human intervention to monitor and take necessary actions to prevent or minimize fish kills. For the methodology, shown is the block diagram of the study. The PV paddles installed in the buoy will absorb light particles from the sun and converts it into an electrical energy. A lithium-ion battery is used to store electrical energy and serves as a power source during night or inclement weather conditions. A charge controller is used to regulate the varying voltage generated from the PV panels. Battery will provide power to the device from the sensing of data to alert and aeration system. The dissolved oxygen probe, ammonia probe, temperature probes, and pH probes will sense and gather data of the lake waters every 3 hours and send it to the Arduino Uno microcontroller. The Arduino Uno microcontroller through SIM800L module will send the data to its stakeholders. During normal conditions, a color green indicator LED light will remain lit. When the dissolved oxygen level drops 5 milligrams per liter, which is the minimum value of dissolved oxygen in the lake, the color yellow LED light will lit. When the value of the DO or dissolved oxygen drops below 3 milligrams per liter, which is the critical value of dissolved oxygen in the water lake or in the lake waters, an alarm system will work emitting a sound signal, a SMS message to stakeholders, color red LED light will lit, and automatically an aeration system will work. For the results and discussion, so the device was placed in one of the sampling stations of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources at Barangay Kiling, Talisay, Batangas, Philippines for 2 weeks. It is beside the fish cage, which is approximately 350 meters from the shoreline. Shown is the sample SMS from the device showing the actual values of the sense data. It has 3 temperature sensors, 3 pH sensors, 1 dissolved oxygen sensor, and ammonia sensor. The solar-powered buoy was able to float from its own and was able to transmit the sense data continuously at a pre-programmed time, that is every 3 hours. Gathered data will be compared from the data given from the manual monitoring reading of BFAR, Region 4A, and the DENR water quality criteria for freshwaters Class C, which is for aquaculture. Shown is the mean pH level of wireless sensor below 1 meter, which is 7.61, 3 meters below 7.69, 5 meters below 7.63. So the level of pH range from the values of 7.4 to 7.7, and the BFAR's reading was 7.65. Those are acceptable values according to the water quality criteria for freshwater Class C. A t-test for 1 sample mean was done to determine the acceptability of the values from the wireless sensor with the level of significance of 0.05. The p-value is 0.2643 greater than the significance level. Therefore, there is no significant difference between the acquired data from the device and the laboratory result from the manual testing of BFAR. Shown is the mean temperature reading of wireless sensor. Below 1 meter, 26.33 degrees centigrade, 3 meters below, 26.46, 5 meters below, 26.42 degrees centigrade. The temperature ranged from 26.31 to 26.5, and the BFAR's reading were 28.8, 27.4, 27.2 respectively, which are acceptable values for the normal conditions according to the water quality criteria for freshwater Class C, which is for aquaculture. A t-test again was done for a 1 sample mean with a level of significance of 0.05. The p-value is 0.69 greater than the significance value, which is 0.05. Therefore, there is no significant difference between the acquired data from the device and the laboratory result from the manual testing of BFAR. Shown is the mean ammonia level of wireless sensor. Value is 0.21 milligrams per liter. The BFAR's reading is 0.22 milligrams per liter. Both are at critical values. Well, the rise in ammonia during that time is because of the volcanic activity of the Taal Lake. A t-test for 1 sample mean was done to determine the efficiency of the sensors with the level of significance of 0.05, and the p-value is 0.1835 greater than the significance value. Therefore, there is no significant difference between the acquired data from the device and the laboratory result from the manual testing of BFAR. Shown is the mean dissolved oxygen of wireless sensor, 6.1 milligrams per liter. The BFAR's reading 6.04 milligrams per liter. Both are acceptable values for normal conditions of DO according to the water quality criteria for fresh water class C. A t-test was also done from one sample mean with a level of significance of 0.05. The p-value was 0.1835 greater than the significance value. Therefore, there is no significant difference between the acquired data from the device and the laboratory result from the manual testing of BFAR. For the reception of data during the laboratory test, the device is not yet in the lake. No recorded delay of the reception was recorded. However, when placed at the sampling station at the lake, the highest recorded delay in data was only 5 minutes. The minimum delay in reception is due to the buoy's location in the lake or the location of the recipients of data. Nevertheless, there was no recorded incident wherein the device was not able to send the sent data to its stakeholders. This showed that the system's efficiency in gathering and sensing data at the prep program time to its recipient. For the alert warning system and aeration system, since there was no recorded dropping of dissolved oxygen incident beyond its critical value during the actual test, to test the device alert warning system and aeration system, a laboratory test was done using an aquarium with an initial value of 2.59 milligrams per liter of dissolved oxygen, which is at critical level. Seconds after the dissolved oxygen probe and the aerator were submerged in the aquarium, the light indicator turned red and emitted a warning signal, and simultaneously, the aerator turned on to provide air and increases the oxygen saturation of the water. The device also sent SMS or text message to its stakeholders, notifying that dissolved oxygen is in critical condition. And during aeration, the device measures the dissolved oxygen level of the lake every 30 minutes. The device, after 180 minutes, shut off after attaining a value of greater than 5 milligrams per liter, which is in this case, we have 5.34, the standard level for DO of class water C. With its alert warning system through SMS, light indicators, and sound signal, it has given ample time to its stakeholders to do what is necessary during the low dissolved oxygen to prevent fish kills. As for the conclusion, this real-time monitoring device has proved its accuracy in gathering data. Gathered data showed no significant difference from the laboratory test of manual testing from BFAR through t-test for one sample mean. The device successfully transmitted all the sense data every 3 hours and went back to sleep mode to conserve energy. The buoy was also able to float from its own and no recorded incident of no transmission. Through this developed prototype, a well-balanced ecosystem can be achieved, thus minimizing the possible occurrence of fish kills. This leads to a healthier environment for fishes and other marine species. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Yeah. Billy, a great presentation and a great concept.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nirzar.
Yeah, I would like to have one opinion. It's not a question. That if your device can identify some discrepancy or deviation, what corrective action immediately can be done at TAL?
Okay, if for example, the DO level drops below the critical value, automatically an aeration system will work that will provide oxygen to the fish. So in that case, it could prevent fish kills.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nirzar.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Next, let me call on
Miss Jojo, please, can I share my screen for a couple of seconds? I need to print screen to document that I presented. I wasn't able to do that.
Oh, sure, of course.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miss Jojo. This will take only seconds. Thank you.
Sure. Can you open the title page? I will do the same.
Oh yeah. Oh sure. Wait. I'm sorry for that.
There, perfect.
Thank you. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Thank you,
Thank you
Miss
so much.
Jojo. Sorry for the
Yeah.
inconvenience.
No problem, not a problem. Thank you so much. Next, let me call on.
Good morning, excuse me. I am Sudhanshu Esaka Sarpathy. I have just left one presentation. When I will give?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. One moment, please. Let me go ahead. Let us welcome Mr. Sudhasu to present the paper about sustainable development of natural gas versus renewable and other alternative energy at Aburot. Go ahead, please.
First of all, I thank you to the team for giving this golden opportunity to share my presentation. It is basically a new arena in the form of sustainable development of natural gas versus renewable and other alternative energy, because now the future fuel is natural gas. You can see all crude oils like petrol, diesel, or any other energy in the form LPG. They are being now getting costlier and also not safe, and also they are polluting the environment. So in that case, natural gas is the only solution. I think we can develop sustainably, looking to the environment, and also compete with the renewable and alternative energy. In order to understand the natural gas consumption, we have to see what is city gas distribution, because you can see the natural gas which is being extracted from the sea level or from other sources through the LNG, liquefied natural gas, or coal bed methane or shale gas, whatever it may be. Whatever gas is coming, either it is used in the fertilizer plants, in power plants, or in the city gas distribution. But in order to consume more and more gas in the gas sector, city gas distribution is the only solution, because through city gas distribution, we can give gas to the domestic households, we can sell to the industrial customers, we can sell to commercial customers, I mean hotels, restaurants, like that, and also in the form of CNG, compressed natural gas, to the transportation of light motor vehicles, heavy motor vehicles, like that. This is the how the CNG is being city gas distribution is done. This is the value chain. You can see from gas is coming from city gas station, through CNG station, through district regulation system. It is going to the each and every location where it is required. The abstract of the paper is how this natural gas being marketed in a Indian city, and what technology or what product or what how promotion and the pricing has been done in order to get success in this natural gas marketing, and also what are the challenges and what are the opportunities are there in the CGD business. All these things have been discussed in this paper. First of all, what are the challenges? As you know, in natural gas business, there are so many challenges in the form of that for developing countries like India, dependency on import of natural gas for future gas demand. Because the domestic gas consumption are depleting, so obviously we have to depend on the imported gases, which can be brought through liquefied LNG tankers and through the cross-country pipelines. Second is less development in marketing-oriented pricing. There are so many pricings are there. Suppose for domestic gas, there is some pricing is there, and for imported gas, there is some pricing is there. We have to allocate proper pricing while distributing to the consumers. Third is completing interest among different portfolio. There are so many portfolios are there in terms of energy. So proper marketing and discussion among the different portfolios should be then done so that natural gas is properly utilized by the consumers who requiring it. Requirement of robust policy for future investment. There should be a proper government policy and some incentives should be done so that as compared to other alternative energies or renewable energies, this natural gas can penetrate into the market and can capture the market. Issue of geopolitics in importing gas through pipelines. Even if you consider to import a gas through gas pipelines, cross-country pipelines, there are also some countries are there who are putting hindrance to in terms of geopolitical boundaries is there. So we have to tackle economically and also ethically how to achieve properly. Then what are the opportunities? Opportunities you see high population in the developing countries like India. There is high population and obviously there is more and more consumption of gas will be there. So if you use the natural gas properly, it can boost the energy and also improve the living standard of the population. Similarly, increase GDP due to globalization. As the globalization started, so there is easily availability of gas from globally and world. You can easily transport through pipelines or through LNG, proper long-term and short-term contracts. We can do it properly. Similarly, thrust on sustainability and climate change. Because as you see, I told earlier, if you use crude oil products like petrol, diesel, or like that, or coal, there is dependent climate change, climate pollution will be there, environment pollution will be there. Whereas natural gas is very clean and green fuel, and from safety point of view also, it is very safe. That's why there is thrust and sustainability from government side also there, and also people are more aware regarding this. The fourth point, increasing public awareness. The public also more aware how to use this natural gas so that their environment is clean and also safely they can use it. What are the different aspects of natural gas business? While using the natural gas, there are different aspects are there like existing gas business. If the existing gas business is conducive to the natural gas business, then it can boost the CGD market. Similarly, application of natural gas. The natural gas is applied in the form of piped natural gas to the households, to the industries, to the commercials, and in terms of CNG to the transportation sector, because it has substantially low cost, environment friendly fuel as compared to conventional liquid fuels like petrol, diesel. Advantage of natural gas is that the natural gas is can be supplied without any interruption because piped natural gas is there. Whereas the LPG cylinders, you have to transport the LPG cylinder after empty, you have to get it filled, booking has to be done like that. But in case of piped natural gas, these all things are not there. And also it is convenient to use as compared to other alternative fuels. Safe to handle, no hassle in measurement billing, prompt services done from the agencies, low cost, eco-friendly, no wastage of fuel. All these things are adding advantage to the use of natural gas. But the natural gas setups also should be there. There should be proper network should be there to CGD network, like decompressor unit, our LNG terminals. All these things has to be there, and piping network, infrastructure, everything has to be done so that natural gas can be properly used. And in this research methodology, in this paper, I have to use two survey. One is qualitative survey and one is quantitative survey. Qualitative survey is basically we have identified the peoples of abroad. It is a city of Indian city in the western region. I have identified a location. What are the income of these families? What are the family sizes there? What are their eating habits? Or what their alternative use of their food preparation? And what is the basic income? All these things have been done in terms of PNG and in terms of CNG. Similarly, in the quantitative survey, data is collected from each and every location and from the people's understanding their consumer behavior. So from the behavior only you can identify whether setting the city gas distribution in the abroad city is technically feasible or not. So this is done with the applying 4 methods using product, place, price, promotion. This is the strategic marketing concept. Using this 4 concept, I have identified to research in this paper. And marketing strategies, how in the form of product, augmentation natural gas is a product. Because natural gas is a product, we have to use this natural gas as a product. Similarly, place, it is abroad and it is the place and where it is being used. Similarly, price, as I told, there are 2 prices there, domestic price and imported price. We have to ethically and justifiably, we have to find what price should be given to the consumers who are using it, so that consumption is also more and also price is less. Similarly, competition using technology through promotion. There should be proper public awareness and also promotion in the form of incentives should be there, so that PNG and CNG connections can be more and more gas consumption can be there. This is the research model I have done. I have made dependent variable is the strategic marketing, which is dependent on the product of supply, placed with infrastructure, price as a demand, promotion using technology. You can see these all 4 independent variables are dependent on the strategic marketing through feasibility study. And I have done this data collection on the basis of these 4 concepts, and I have found the reliability statistics, and you can see 0.943 is coming. That means the data is more feasibility, reliability is there and feasibility is there. And also similarly, these 4 hypotheses I have taken. The supply of gas will positively affect the strategic marketing of CGD business. Second hypothesis is demand will positively affect strategic marketing. Third is infrastructure will positively affect the strategic marketing, and fourth is place will positively affect the strategic marketing. And during testing this hypothesis and from data analysis, we can see that R square value is coming 0.615. That means it is more than 0.5. That means it is the research model, the data I have collected is more valid. The coefficients also you can see this is coming standard beta is coefficient is 0.194, 0.140, 0.405, 0.258, 0.210. From that we can see NGD, natural gas demand, is 0.405, and after that second is NGI, infrastructure, 0.258. That means demand and infrastructure, if we make, suppose natural gas demand is there, also the infrastructure is there, then automatically strategic marketing is feasible. There is no doubt of it. From the result of outcome, you can see I have made this outcome in these numbers. You can see that when testing a hypothesis were conducted using the regression analysis SPSS, it is observed that hypothesis H1, H2, H3, H4, which indicate influence of supply, demand, infrastructure and technology on feasibility study of natural gas business at Abu Road, as expected. Infrastructure I told is more 0.258, demand is 0.405, had a strong positive influence on the technical feasibility as compared to supply and technology, which are lesser than that of demand and infrastructure, had a substantial affirmative effect on the technical feasibility. Hence, hypothesis H1, H2, H3, H4 were sustained. Also, we established that overall predictive fitness of data with model in the order R square is 61.5%, F value is 240.895. That means the data I have collected and a testing hypothesis is also done is properly. Then what is the future perspective? Future perspective is that if we see the in Abu Road condition, what are the existing filling stations are there, existing LPG agencies are there, what are the existing natural gas pipeline is there, what are the future CNG connection, what are the future PNG connection. If we see all these factors, we can see there is more and more feasibility of natural gas at Abu Road, and also technically and qualitatively and quantitatively also we proved it. And we also taken these papers also from so many authors. You can see from P. Jackson also told in 2007, the supply and infrastructure have been given substantial input on the overall gas demand in India. Similarly, Subrat Sahu and Barona Singh in 2013 in the paper Natural Gas Business and Market in India, here they also told natural gas is the consumption can be done more through innovative technology as a prime mover for this huge demand in natural gas business. Similarly, as per Anomitra Chatterjee, Madhura Joshi 2014, synthesis in natural gas also told international trend and relevance. Natural gas is often been referred to as bridge fuel. That means it is the future fuel is compared to other natural gases, other alternative and renewable energy. As per Swaminathan Kannan also told in master's thesis, analysis of natural gas market in India and the prospect of future development, the Indian energy comprises of natural gas and other alternative and renewable energy. As per Madhura Imran Khan policy option and first term development natural gas transmission fuel energy policy, it is important to create international experience with natural gas as an alternative transportation. And last but not least, in the present study, it has investigated the direct effect of supply, demand, infrastructure, technology on the technical feasibility study of natural gas business at Abu Road. The conclusion is that strategic market natural gas can be done through proper selection of product, place, price, and promotion, considering the various natural gas factors like supply, demand, infrastructure, and technology. And in case of Abu Road, the prospective use of natural gas as a product is more because of its geographical location at its suitable place, which is situated at the border of Gujarat and Rajasthan with the state. However, with the help of strategic marketing with respect to price and promotion with involvement of public-private partnership, the technical feasibility of natural gas business is possible at Abu Dhabi. As compared to other alternative energy like coal, petrol, diesel and LPG, natural gas is more cheaper, safer and conducive to environment. Similarly, there has not been much development on renewable energy like solar and wind, etc. abroad. So obviously, the future there is more demand of natural gas in the form of PNG and CNG abroad, as evident from the testing hypothesis and result outcome. Also, there is various societies, colonies, Brahmakumari facilities are there for future PNG connection and future CNG stations are upcoming in the near future by various agencies like Gujarat Gas Limited, IRM Energy, because of their laying gas pipeline and investment in natural gas business. Because they have started laying the natural gas pipelines. That means if natural gas pipeline is there, from there obviously you can get the ground connectivity and MPP lines and all the CNG stations can be made. So future there will be no problem in establishing natural gas market at Abu Road. So from the both qualitative and quantitative analysis also, it has been concluded the sustainable development of natural gas is possible as compared to other alternative and renewable energy, if solar or wind, whatever it may be. It is more thrust to the natural gas business. What is the statement contribution? There have been marketing studies conducted on various natural gas business in previous research papers. However, sustainable development of natural gas business as compared to other alternative and renewable energy to proliferate the consumption of natural gas as a domestic, commercial, industrial and transportation fuel has not been made. That means previously this sustainable development has not been made, but here I have tried to make this paper on this. So in the present study, a research model has been framed looking into various marketing factors of natural gas business on the basis of product, place, price and promotion. After collecting and analyzing the data on these factors, the study has been done to the market analysis before establishing natural gas as a domestic, commercial, industrial and transportation fuel on the basis of consumer behavior on both qualitative and quantitative analysis. This is a contribution statement. Ethics approval is not applicable. Consent for publication is not. You can obviously you can publish the paper, and also funding is not applicable. This is the two authors are there. One is the corresponding author and is the guide. And here you can see the author one myself. He has done most of the jobs, and author two also supported me. Thank you for patience listening to me.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sudhanshu, can you please show the title page on your PowerPoint presentation? All right, thank you so much. And yes, are there any questions, anyone?
Yeah, Sudhanshu ji.
Yes, sir.
I would like to know about availability of natural gas, sir, in Indian context.
Availability of natural gas?
Availability, sir, availability.
Availability of natural gas more because in India we are using 120 MMCMD of gas. Presently consumption is there. It is 6% of the consumption and we are going to increase it up to 15% by 2030. Demand is more and availability of gas is made available through the LNG tankers are coming. Liquefied energy gas is coming from Qatar and from Australia and America also, USA also. It is being through long term and short term contracts for pricing. Everything is planned. There is no problem regard to availability.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. You will now stop sharing your screen. And let's proceed with our next presenter, Mr. Tariqul Islam, to present the paper, A Machine Learning Approach to Predict SEER or SEER Cancer. Tariqul Islam. All right, let's go ahead and call on the next presenter. Let's go back to Tariqul later. Next, let me call on Monica Thirovidi to present to present about cooperative spectrum sensing based cognitive radio system for 5G communication. Go ahead.
Wait a second, ma'am. My screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, it is. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Monica. I am a MTech student at Padmavati Mahila University in Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering. And today I would like to present my paper. This is the title of my project, Cooperative Spectrum Sensing Based Cognitive Radio for 5G Communication. These are the contents of my topic. And now coming to abstract. In 5G based cognitive radio, the primary user signal is more active to the broad frequency band. The normal cooperative spectrum sensing only senses one characteristics of primary user using one kind of detector. Cognitive radio has arisen as a promising technique to the spectrum scarcity problem faced by all current just as recently proposed wireless administrations. In cognitive radio network, spectrum sensing is a basic part of cognitive radios. The individual cognitive radio node may not give valid detecting results due to shadowing and secret terminal problem. That's why therefore overcome these problems. So we further implement during this paper cooperative spectrum sensing based cognitive radio system for 5G communication. The simulation results show the higher performance using probability of misdetection and probability of false alarm. Coming to introduction, in cognitive radio, the ideal spectrum is not utilized properly due to static allocation of the spectrum. Then to utilize spectrum properly, dynamic spectrum management is introduced. The cognitive radio is a technology which is sensed as a solution to the conflict between the spectrum scarcity problem and underutilization of spectrum. Using cooperative spectrum sensing, in which multiple are sensing the spectrum and cooperated to each other to make the final decision. Cognitive radio needs to find spectrum holes processing of detecting spectrum holes in terms as spectrum sensing. It is the main task in cognitive radio. In this figure 1 shows cognitive radio architecture. In this figure, primary user and secondary users are used. Primary user is absent, then that condition only secondary user can access license node. In secondary user can access license node when the primary user starts retransmitting and secondary user must be relocated. For relocation, secondary user should detect the primary user presence and also should identify whether node is ideal or busy. This is the working principle of cognitive radio. Coming to figure 2, this is the main functions of cognitive radio. First one, spectrum sensing, spectrum management, spectrum sharing, and finally spectrum mobility. This is the spectrum sensing. Spectrum sensing is the essential component of the cognitive radio technology, which involves identifying spectrum holes and detecting the interference to primary user transmission and quickly vacating the frequency. Coming to second one, spectrum management. Spectrum management determines the best channel to establish communication. And coming to third one, spectrum sharing. This is the setups coordination access among users and selected channel. And finally, spectrum mobility. Spectrum mobility vacates the channel in case the primary user is detected. Coming to existing system, the various detection techniques are available to detect the presence of primary user. In the system, spectrum sensing, there are 3 types are there. First one, non-cooperative system, cooperative system, and finally interference-based sensing. In previous work, non-cooperative system is used. In non-cooperative system, there are 3 techniques are there. First one, energy detection, matched filter detection, and cyclostationary detection. In this work, average information-based spectrum sensing for cognitive radio is proposed. Threshold is calculated and the probability of detection is calculated by comparing threshold entropy values. The entropy for 16 QAM modulation is calculated and entropy decreases as SNR increases. SNR means signal to noise ratio. Simulations have been done different signal lengths. The finally probability of detection is calculated. The plot for probability of detection is similar to various values of SNR. These are the disadvantages of existing system. Hiding nodes problem. It does not require future of primary signals. And also, however, non-cooperative system cognitive radio users are not responsible for cooperating the cognitive functionalities with other cognitive devices. That's why moving to a new system. This is system. In this proposed system, spectrum sensing, there are two types: cooperative sensing, non-cooperative sensing. This is user cooperative sensing. There are two types of the distributing sensing and centralized sensing. Distributed sensing is also known as decentralized sensing. Distributed sensing means cognitive nodes share information through local communications in order to make their own decisions as to which part of the spectrum can be used. And centralized sensing means the centralized sensing, a central unit collects hard or soft sensing information from cognitive radios, identifies the availability of spectrum, and broadcasts this information to other cognitive radios or directly controls the cognitive radio traffic. In this project, centralized sensing used because lowered cost, improved productivity, decreased regulatory cost, and an overall greater degree in flexibility compared to decentralizing sensing. The individual CR node may not give value detection results due to shadowing and secret terminal problems of wireless communications. Therefore, to affect these problems, we further implement during this paper. In cognitive radio, in cooperative spectrum sensing scheme, every cognitive radio will individually sense the spectrum and then transfer its decision to a central node, also referred to as fusion center, using probability of misdetection and probability of false alarm to recognize whether spectrum sensing is enough or not. Improve performance using probability of false alarm. The simulation outcome shows the higher performance compared to non-cooperation. Coming to advantages of proposed system, in proposed system, we used high accuracy, reduced sensing time, and no problem with hiding and shadowing. Time required for the detection of primary signal can be reduced, and also reliability of sensing information is increased. Coming to result, in this graph, probability of misdetection and with respect to false alarm, it has been analyzed with node like n equal to 5 and n equal to 10 and compare with simulated result. As displayed in figure, the probability of misdetection gradually reduces with growth of probability of false alarm, but simulation probability of misdetection is 0 with increase of a probability of false alarm. It indicates cooperative sensing is minimizing the probability of misdetection. This included identifying dependability speedily and robustly, possibly weak and primary user signals. It improved performance using probability of false alarm. This graph gradually reduces 0 to 1, probability of false alarm not increasing more than 1. It is used to identify whether spectrum sensing is sufficient or not. Coming to conclusion, in this paper, cooperative spectrum sensing finding spectrum holes and detecting the interference to primary user transmission and quickly accurately the frequency. This involves detecting reliably, quickly, and robustly, possibly weak and primary user signals. Mainly, it is used to identify whether spectrum sensing is sufficient or not. In this paper, further include a multi-model cooperative spectrum sensing has been used to make a choice on the presence of primary user, overcoming multimodal sensing records of the primary user signals, such as energy, control spectrum, and signal waveforms. These are the references of my topic. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or feedback?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Are there any cost implications, madam, in this implementation of 5G?
No, sir. Non-cooperative system is a very high cost for implementation. In cooperative spectrum is used, cost is less.
Cost is less. As compared to the current cost of a radio system, will it be higher or less?
Some higher, some
higher.
applications.
What is the tune of increase? say 10%, 20% or something?
No, sir, it is depend upon using.
Okay, okay, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. And let me go ahead and call on, no, I will be sharing my screen in behalf of Raju, to present the paper about the effect of Dactylorhiza hatagiria or Didon-su root extract on biochemical parameters in cyclophosphamide induced male albino rats. One moment. Do you all see my screen? Anyone? Can you see my screen? Did I share it?
So my topic is regarding the effect of Dactylorhiza hatagiria Didon-su root extract on biochemical parameters in the cyclophosphamide-induced male albino rats. So this was the abstract I sent to the conference. And, regarding the male infertility, it refers to a male's inability to result pregnancy in a fertile female. Male infertility is an alarming global health issue that has not been researched to understand its magnitude and prevalence. 50% of infertility is related to reproductive disorders in the male. As per the World Health Organization, overall prevalence of infertility in the world is around 60 to 80 million couples. Currently in India, ranges between 3.9% and 16.8%. Male infertility is affected by a variety of environmental, behavioral, genotoxic, and genetic factors, resulting in an impaired spermatogenesis at various stages. And male infertility is commonly due to deficiencies in the semen or sperm abnormalities, sperm transport disorders, aspermia, improper spermatogenesis, and decreased libido. Semen quality is used as a surrogate measure of male fecundity. 90% of the male infertility problems are related to sperm count. Treatment of cancer. Treatment of cancer with chemotherapy and radiotherapy causes reduction of sperm count. So chemotherapy involves the use of low molecular weight drugs to selectively destroy a tumor, that is a cytotoxic effect, or at least limits its growth, cytostatic effect. The cyclophosphamide CP as an anti-cancer alkylating agent has been known as a male reproductive tract toxicant. Cyclophosphamide is a nitrogenous mustard alkylating agent from the oxazophorenes group, pertaining to the group of cytotoxic or cytostatic, that is selectively destroying a tumor or at least limit its growth. And these are under the classification of the group of drugs known as anti-neoplastics. Cytotoxic drugs, as I mentioned, the selectively destroy a tumor that affect mainly actively dividing cells, which in the testis are spermatogone. So moving to the plant, that is the Dactylorhiza hatagiria. It is considered as an important aphrodisiac plant in traditional medicine. Very little scientific evidence is available for its aphrodisiac properties and is capable of being nominated as herbal cure for sexual dysfunction. This is the plant which belongs to the family Orchidaceae, and this is the taxonomic classification. And you can see the family Orchidaceae, subfamily Orchidoideae, tribe Orchidae, and genus and species Dactylorhiza. The binomial name is Dactylorhiza hattagria didonsu. So the aim of my study is to evaluate the effect of Dactylorhiza hattagria in restoring spermatogenesis in cyclophosphamide treated adult vista male rats. So the objectives regarding collected, identified, and authenticated the roots of Dactylorhiza hattagria, prepared the ethanolic extract of Dactylorhiza hattagria, screening the phytochemical constituents of the Dactylorhiza hattagria root as well as toxic the Dactylorhiza hattagria root, and finally the fertility protective activity of the Dactylorhiza hattagria root on cyclophosphamide induced reproductive toxicity in vista rats. So materials and method, the method of study is experimental study. Study setting was conducted at Marthandam, Kanyakumari district, where the lab is situated, Cape Biolab and Research Center. This is the institutional animal ethics. And you can see the right hand side the dried roots of this plant. The model of the animal where I am doing my experiment, that is the Rattus norvegicus. So the methodology regarding the I have divided the animals, that is each group having 6 animals, so total 36 animals. So first group, normal vehicle or control group. So animals will receive vehicle orally for 4 weeks. Second group, cyclophosphamide control group 1, and third group, cyclophosphamide control group 2. So in the second group, that is a cyclophosphamide control 1, the animal will receive 0.5 ml of cyclophosphamide at a dose level of 6.5 mg per kilogram body weight orally for 4 weeks, followed by vehicle administration for 4 weeks. Similarly, in group third, as well as in the cyclophosphamide control 2, they are also receiving 0.5 ml of cyclophosphamide at a dose level of 6.5 mg per kilogram body weight, followed by vehicle administration for 8 weeks. In the fourth group, the animals will receive the 0.5 ml of CP at a dose level of 6.5 mg per kilogram body weight orally for 4 weeks, followed by administration of the root extract, that is the prepared in the ethanolic extract of root at dose level of 100 mg per kilogram body weight for 4 weeks. In the fifth group, 0.5 ml of CP was given at a dose level of 6.5 mg per kilogram body weight orally for 4 weeks, followed by ethanolic extract of the root of the plant, that is the Dactylorhiza hattagria at dose level of 200 mg per kilogram body weight for 4 weeks. In the final group, animals will receive 0.5 ml of CP 6.5 mg per kilogram body weight orally for 4 weeks, followed by administration of ethanolic extract of Dactylorhiza hattagria at dose level of 200 mg per kilogram body weight for 8 weeks. So in this, the animals of group 3 and 6 were sacrificed after 8 weeks, and the vehicle or the extra So I classified them as group 3 and 6 that were sacrificed after 8 weeks. That is the day of the experiment. Whereas the animals from groups 1
Hello, the presentation has stopped and there is no voice.
tubules configuration. Drug or not. So I classified them as group 3 and 6 that were sacrificed after 8 weeks. That is 57 the day of the experiment. Whereas the animals from groups 1, 2, 4 and 5 were sacrificed after 4 weeks. That is the day 29th of the experiment. So regarding the other than that, we have the experiments regarding the biochemical studies here. So other than that, we have cytochemical parameters, measuring of body weight organs, determination of tubule differentiation index as well as permeation index, and hematological study. So blood will be collected as by retroorbital plexus, and weight of the organs pre and post. Then cytochemical localization of the lipids, alkaline phosphatase, acid phosphatase, as well as the biochemical studies. So the morphological study for the histopathological study we regarding the specimens examined from these animals revealed marked the degeneration in seminiferous tubules. Some of them contained only the spermatogonia, while others were completely degenerated. And animals treated with ethanolic extract in combination with cyclophosphamide for 4 weeks revealed a less pronounced pathological alterations as compared to cyclophosphamide treated group. So animals co-administered with the cyclophosphamide and ethanolic extract for 8 weeks exhibited advanced degree of improvement in their testicular tissues. So in these specimens, testicular tubules, configuration, cellularity, and spermatic density, as well as the orientation were markedly improved. In addition, most of the interstitial cells of lady were within the normal shape and size. So coming to the biochemical studies, here we have the blood serum for the biochemical analysis, biochemical parameters including the measurement of serum SGOT, then LDH, CPK, serum concentration of FSH, serum testosterone, then MDA, that is the malone dialdehyde, as well as CAT, catalase concentrations in the testicular tissue were examined. So regarding the effect of extract and drug with the liver enzymes, that is the SGOT. So the SGOT level of the control group 2, where the cyclophosphamide 6.5 low dose and high dose of nano drug treated group and highly significant. P-value less than 0.001 when compared with the control group. The low dose of extract treated group showed significant p-value less than 0.05 and high dose of extract group showed more significant p-value less than 0.01 values when compared with the control group. So we have the SGOT group 1 208.998 plus or minus 0.04, whereas the group 2 we have 250.56 plus or minus 0.002. Group 3 having 318.08 plus or minus 0.14, whereas the group 4 having 211.55 plus or minus 0.28, and group 5 having 213.213 50 plus or minus 0.09, and the group 6 having 290.80 219.80 plus or minus 0.030. So in the case of effect of extract and drug with liver enzymes in the LDH, where we have the group 1 having 444.55 plus or minus 0.004, whereas group 2 having 273.54 plus or minus 0.16. In the group 3rd, we have 89.54 plus or minus 0.05. Then we have the 4th group, we have the 282.13 plus or minus 0.15. The 5th group having 211.62 plus or minus 0.08. And the final group 6, we have 43.30 plus or minus 0.17. In the case of effect of extract and drug with liver enzymes in the CPK, the group 1 having the 109.57 plus or minus 0.04, group 2 having 100.60 plus or minus 0.03, group 3 having 328.93 plus or minus 0.13, group 4 having 180.51 plus or minus 0.006, group 5 having 178.06 plus or minus 0.002, whereas the group 6 having 217.05 plus or minus 0.008. So when you come across the effect of extract and drug with liver enzymes MDE, where we have the group 1 so before going to the effect of extract and drug with the liver enzymes, the values, as I already said, this serum, SGOT, CPK and LDH, the values expressed as mean plus or minus standard error of the mean n is equal to 6, not so significant. P-value more than 0.05, values are significant, that is the 1 star representing p-value less than 0.05, more significantly different from control group. The 2 star represents the p-value less than 0.01 and highly significant different from control group, and the 3 star p-value less than 0.001. All values are compared with the control group of animals. So when you comparing the effect of extract and drug with the malone dialdehyde and catalase, where we have the group 1 0.027 plus or minus 0.011, whereas in the group 2 we have 0.051 plus or minus 0.008. The group 3 having 0.035 plus or minus 0.005, group 4 having 0.330 plus or minus 0.004, whereas the group 5 having 0.134 plus or minus 0.007, and the group 6 having 0.064 plus or minus 0.006. So in the case of catalase CAT, where we have the group 1 having 0.036 plus or minus 0.001. Group 2 we have 0.018 plus or minus 0.002. Group 3 having 0.026 plus or minus 0.001. Group 4 having 0.023 plus or minus 0.002. Group 5 having 0.006 plus or minus 0.001. And group 6 having 0.025 plus or minus 0.002. So the values expressed as mean plus or minus standard error mean n is equal to 6, not significant, p more than 0.05, values are significant, p less than 0.05, more significantly different from control group, and p less than 0.01, highly significant different from control group, p less than 0.001, and all values are compared with the control group of animals. So moving to the blood serum for the biochemical analysis includes the serum concentration of FSH, where we have that is in international units per liter. That is the group 1 having 7.57 plus or minus 0.21. In the second group we have 8.38 plus or minus 0.42. In the third group we have 8.91 plus or minus 0.71. In the fourth group we have 6.70 plus or minus 0.52. In the fifth group we have 7.54 plus or minus 0.63. And the sixth group we have 8.85 plus or minus 0.22. In the another figure, we have the serum concentration of FSH in comparing with the previous figure. We have the group 1 we have 10.71 plus or minus 0.65. In the second group we have 10.08 plus or minus 0.71. The third group we have 9.66 plus or minus 0.22. In the fourth group we have 11.5 plus or minus 0.45. .62 plus or minus 0.20, as well as in the sixth group 8.80 plus or minus 0.48. So finally the testosterone, when you look at, we have the biochemical parameters includes the measurement of serum testosterone, that is the measurement of serum testosterone. Testosterone assay, blood samples were spun at 2500 RPM for 10 minutes in a tabletop centrifuge, and the serum samples obtained analyzed to determine the concentration of testosterone. The analysis carried tube-based enzyme immunoassay. So the group 1 showing 6.72 plus or minus 0.19, group 2 showing 4.85 plus or minus 0.28, and group 3 5.79 plus or minus 0.39, group 4 6.25 plus or minus 0.61, group 5 8.48 plus or minus 0.47, as well as group 6 10.94 plus or minus 0.70. So the statistical analysis or the analysis representation showing data will be presented as mean plus or minus standard error mean. So in these figures representing the conclusion part, we can say it as the testosterone measured in the serum, the malondialdehyde and the catalase were measured in the particular tissue. So the results showed that the treating animals with cyclophosphamide cause degeneration of seminiferous tubules and loss of the spermatogenic cells. and the biochemical results showed a decrease in the levels of the testosterone and the catalase activities and an increase in the malondialdehyde when cyclophosphamide was induced. And the treating rat with cyclophosphamide and ethanolic extract caused an improvement in the biochemical parameters. Moreover, the testosterone and the catalase increased while the malondialdehyde decreased. And the results of the study indicate that the ethanolic extract protected rat against cyclophosphamide-induced reproductive toxicity. So the present study was aimed to evaluate the spermatogenic effect of Dactylorhiza hattagri on testis of rats. So administration of herbal extract of these Dactylorhiza hattagri improved the fertility in the cyclophosphamide treated animals. So further studies should be done on cellular level as well as intercellular signaling pathways to understand the mechanism of plant extracts of Dactylorhiza hattagri to be improvement of spermatogenesis. Thank you.
There is no sound here.
Hi, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for that presentation. And I apologize that we cannot cater any questions because it was just a video presentation. Now, next, let me call on Tariqul Islam.
Yes, I am here.
All right, great. Now let us welcome Tariqul Islam to present the paper about a machine learning approach to predict SEER cancer or SEER cancer.
Yes, can you see my screen?
It's coming up. Yep, it's up and we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. First of all, it is nice to pleasure and especially WCASET for arranging this conference. And I am Tariqul. Our research paper is about a machine learning approach to predict SEER cancer. So in our paper, the main difficult task is to collect data set about our SEER cancer. So you can see the SEER actually means surveillance, epidemiology, and the end result. These data sets among the preceding stores regarding malignancy pointers inside us. The SEER list helps impact investigation for the genetic mixture of patients. Blockest viewpoint for the most part of ordered as an insightful segment and impact. Assistance careful prove nearly the carcinoma datasets is ordinarily studied on the side of NCI. The main point of our work is depending on the individual's manifestation, we will foresee whether individual are the danger of malignant growth or not. And there is a perseverance and the desire for benefit of malignant growth patient have the option of to answer perfectly executive and limited the end cause the better education decision. To the current end, the various amendment share AI to disease and data of the surveillance epidemic and the end result data sets. It may be used to better forecast cancer in medical sector, and this study can be given a good chance to enhance existing model and build a new model for uncommon cancers of minority group of particulars. And our is the main the CR source is the CR program gives information about the cancer static streak of the effort to reduce the cancer in correlation with the people. The main point of the paper is to depending on the selected manifestation, we are the foreknow whether the individual are threats malignant growth or not. And our the proposed method we see in the follow-up application, we are actually collecting data set from the NCI. So first of all, we analyze the performance in the appropriate study, and only couple of research in this area kindly supported by SRP, which is the topical publication on the prevention and manipulation of cancer with database. And the acid among the our 14,000 separate patient interview, that is 98% of utilized hospitalized. The proposed research methodology, the flow of operation, and we can see in our figure. In the figure, we can see our flow chart, our proposed engage development. First of all, we gathering and collecting level, first of level the data, and then we data pre-processing and cleaning, and then we data is splitting into two parts. One is the testing and one of the training data set. In our test data set, we can using ML model validation and also training data set, we can ML model learning and finalize. Two are also compare, and then we develop our optimal model, and then we get our result and output. In after figure, we can see our accuracy rule for our theory algorithm. You can see our accuracy we can given by true position, true positive plus true negative divided by true positive, true negative plus false positive plus false negative. It is our accuracy gathering policy, and we are all of this get from our confusion matrix, and there is a all of we can see here is lots of 1 and 0, that means true or false, and that is main. And we can see we are also measure the sensitivity by true positive plus false negative. So in our data preparation, we can say our data source, and there is our confusion matrix, all are given here, and our the main data set we can preparing data set in 70% for testing and 30% for training. In our this we can get some of we can get 99% precision, and also we can get best accuracy for decision tree. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the concise presentation. Do you have any questions?
Yeah,
Sir Chair.
thank you. I could not get what is this SEER, S-E-E-R.
I cannot understand.
What do you mean by SEER? S-E-E-R.
Oh, that is actually end result hour for cancer.
What was that again?
Oh, that in full meaning actually surveillance epidemiology and end result.
Mr. Chair, did you hear the answer?
No, I could not hear it, madam, because voice is very low. I can hear your voice very clearly.
Okay, Mr. Tarikul, can you slowly say what's the meaning of seer, or can you show it on the screen?
Yes. Can you hear me now? Actually, I say seer means actually surveillance, epidemic, and end result. It's full meaning actually.
Okay. Okay, madam. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. Right, next, let me call on thank you so much for that presentation, Mr. Islam. Let me call on the next presenter. Sikar, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. So let us welcome Mr. Kuruva Sikar to present in behalf of Monica Thirovidi about the paper Cooperative Spectrum Sensing-Based Cognitive Radio System for 5G Communication.
Sorry,
Ma'am, my presentation is done, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Sorry.
Sir, can you go ahead and present, share your screen? All right. While we are waiting for that, I would like to welcome the presence of our session chair, or our second session chair, Dr. Giulio Manzoni. Welcome, sir. All right, go ahead. You may proceed. I can now see your screen. Proceed.
Yes, ma'am. My voice is audible to you?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. This is Shekhar. My paper is nonlinear dynamic analysis on low-rise structures under blast loading. The present paper investigates the effects of unexpected actions such as blast loads occur rarely due to terrorist attacks on high-rise residential structures located on the congested areas. Even the blast loads occurs away from structures with some distance, it causes huge loss to the structure in terms of strength and durability. A bomb explosion can cause internal and external damage to the structure, which in turn leads to loss of public life. Due to this damage from such extreme load conditions, efforts have been made to improve methods of structural analysis and designed to resist the blast load. In present paper, the parametric study on low-rise building of the G+2 and G+5 buildings is done to find out the dynamic response of building due to blast load. The low-rise structures were modeled in SAP 2000 software. The results are obtained in terms of time histories for different charge weights, 10 kgs, 20 kgs, and 30 kgs, and for different stand-up distances, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30, and 40, 50 meters are mentioned in the paper. These are the literature review. The first one is Muhammad Abdullah Bashir. In the year of 2014, he studied on the numerical analysis of steel building under blast loading. Kulkarni Sambi Reddy. In the year of 2014, he studied on the analysis of blast loading effects on high-rise buildings. Alim Ullah Farooq Ahmad, in the year of 2016, he studied on the review of analytical and empirical estimations of incident blast pressure. Theory provided different formula for blast load parameters. These are the geometric details. These are the geometric details of my structures. Geometric details for G+2 and G+5 buildings. The plan dimensions of the structure is 20 meters by 20 meters. It means 4 by 4 bays, each bay width to 5 meters. Slab thickness 150 mm. It means 0.15 meters. Beam size, cross section of beam 0.25 by 0.4 meters. Column size 0.4 by 0.4 meters. Height of the each floor is 3 meters. The number of beams and columns are for G+2 and G+5 buildings. For G+2 building, height of the structure is 9 meters. G+5 building is 18 meters. Number of beams for G+2 building 120. Number of columns for G+2 building is 75. G+5 building is 18. Height of the structure is 18 meters. Number of beams 240. And the number of columns is 150. Material properties. These are the material properties we are designed as per IS 456 2000. Grade of concrete is M20 grade. Steel of grade of steel Fe415. Poisson's ratio 0.2 meters. Young's modulus 22.36 gigapascal. Rigidity modulus is 9.31 gigapascal. These are the reinforcement details for beam and column. The procedure for blast load and calculations is this formulas is existent. Where Rg equal to root of r square plus h square, where Rg is distance from blast load to the point of interest, where and Z is Rg by W power 1 by 3, where W is the charge weight, Z is scaled distance, PS, peak over pressure. PS is equal to 678.4 W power Rg power 3, W by Rg power 3 plus 294 root W by Rg power Rg cube, where PS is peak over pressure. Coefficient of reflected over pressure is CR equal to 3 PS power 1 by 4. Reflected over pressure equal to PR equal to CR into PS. Whereas coefficient of reflected over pressure multiplied with peak over pressure. TA is the time of arrival. TA formula is 8534 into Rg power 1 by 3, Rg by W power 1 by 3 whole power minus 0.996 by A0, where A0 value is speed of sound in air. The value is A0, the value of A0 value is 340 meter per second. Where TD is the positive phase duration. TD equal to 10 power W power 1 by 3. Where BL is the blast load. Blast load equal to reflected over pressure into surface area of fall. These are the procedures for blast load calculations by manually. Results. The blast load for G+2 charge weight with 10 kgs and standard distance is 10 meters. The blast load values for ground floor ground floor 4591.165 kilonewtons and first floor 3604.525, and G+2 it means G+2 building G+2 floor 2654.598. These are the values are find out by using this formula. These are the blast load charge weight with the 10 kgs ground floor first floor and second floor. These are the blast loads by represented in figures. Numerical dynamic analysis response for different charge weights according to the different standard distance G+2 2-story building. These are the dynamic response for G+2 building, whereas using 10 kg charge weight with stand-up distance 10 meters. Sorry. Case 2. These are the blast load for G+5 building, charge weight 10 kg at a distance 10 meters. The blast load for ground floor to 5th floor. These values are calculated by using formulas. This formulas. The blast load is represented in figures for G+5 building for each floor. These are the dynamic responses charge weight according to the different stand-up distances for G+5 story structure. Conclusion. The effects of blast load for G+2 structure decreases with increase in height by 21.48 for ground floor and 41.9 for ground floor plus 9 meters. It means G+2. With respect to the effect of blast load in ground floor level 3 meters. The effect of blast load for G+5 structure decreases with increase in height by 21.48 and 42.18, 57.7%, 68.45 and 75.93. Each floor with respect to the ground floor 3 meters. That display and finally the displacement of the structure increases with increase in height under the charge weight. Moreover, the effect of blast load decreases with increase in stand-up distance. The maximum displacement is for G+2 structure with charge weight 30 kgs and stand-up distance 10 meters. It occurs 0.841 mm. And the G+5 building, the maximum displacement of structure, whereas using charge weight 30 kgs and stand-up distance 10 meters, it occurs 2.056 mm. These are the references. These are the references for my presentation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that.
Any queries?
Thank you so much for that presentation. Any questions or feedback?
Yeah, Mr. Sekhar.
Yes.
I would like to know about the practical implication of this research, sir.
Yes, sir. So actually, the structure is modeled in SAP 2000 software.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You may go ahead and stop sharing your screen. Next, let me call on Dr. Imam Ghazali to present the paper about developing Taman Siswa character scale, achieving agile graduates.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Hi, Doctor. Yes, go ahead, please. You can go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you very much for the chance to come to me. Thank you very much, Ms. Joy, for having me in these sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, for the presentations, I would like to share. Oh, sorry, wrong things. I would like to share. Okay, can you hear my voice? I think I'm not in a condition for that.
You're loud and clear, and please have your presentation on a presentation mode.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, here we are. Okay, this is developing Taman Siswa's character skills, achieving the agile graduates. This is a group research which is conducted with me and two students, two teachers from the English department and two teachers from the Faculty of Psychology. So hoping that because this is like developing characters for skill for the character educations, we have to collaborate with experts in psychology for doing that one. As we know, we are from UST, which is Universitas Al Azhar. This is a university which is founded by Ki Hajar Dewantara, whose vision is trying to educate like good citizens, something like that, with several adjectives like helping others. In Indonesian, we have like to be Indonesian students, something like that. But I know that students that we graduate should be like virtuous one. So far, there are several basic competencies that we have to develop from this university. All of them have been developed. The assessment of these competencies have been developed based on the subject that they took from that they got from based on the curriculum during their study. However, this subject, which is Ketahanan is actually aimed to educate the students' character based on what's called the Taman Siswa teaching, which is being a good citizen. We feel that this kind of measurement is not enough or insufficient because measuring the students' character or graduates' characters based on the score of school subject, and then we need to develop more valid measurements to measures the character education after their graduation. So this is one of our efforts to do that, and which we want to share in this forum for them. This is actually what I just presented for them. Okay, what we are doing here is we are applying what's called research and development procedures. There are 5 stages. First, we are doing a literature review. We are trying to compile what's called the basic or the main theory of Taman Siswa's teaching, and then from that we try to put that into instruments, which is like blueprint for the instrument. And then after that, the second, after we make that plan, and then we try to develop each of these items into a draft of what instrument would like. And then after we develop this, and then we invite 3 experts, and then we ask them to verify whether the items that we develop here is really based on the Taman Siswa teaching or not. And then, of course, that the experts that we invited for the focus group discussion over there did not give one voice. There are 2 voices. One is like should be like grounded, and then the other is theory based over there. But finally, we took the other one, which is like theory based. So we did not take the grounded versions, but we take the other one, which is like theory based, theory driven. Then because based on the first stage, which is literature review, we built the instruments based on the theories from the Taman Siswa teaching. Based on this, and then we revised our instrument. And then, after we did this, and then after we tried out, and then we revised the instruments, and then based on our again another smaller FGD, and then we did the final revisions of the final versions to get the final version of the instruments for the scale of the character education over there. To cut short, and then the finding is that we have developed the character skills successfully, and then the validity was shown by the alpha coefficient of 0.977, which is very valid. And then we also found that the relative coefficient here is high, which is 0.9, and based on this, and we came to the conclusion that we have successfully developed the Taman Siswa character skills because of the result of the statistical measures, which is based on the tryout and also the cycles that we did before. However, we are not sufficient. We are not satisfied with this because we think that we still need to work more for this. In a short term, we'll try to try this out to the graduates, then try to see whether it still shows the same validity and validity and reliability of this with the different measurements over there. So I think this is still one stage or the inner stage of developing the skill for the character educations based on Taman Siswa teaching. This one is the blueprint that we developed before. Okay, this is the first one over there, is the theory over there, and then we try to pull it down over there into items which could be used to develop the items for this one. And then from the we have like 4 categories of theories, which is main character of educations, religiosity and naturality and independent. It seems that the independent domain over there covers a lot more items over there, which is 30 items over there. And we also show that these are the final, the final and the first stage of the items that we have developed over there. So it's just the aspect, and it's the items, and then there are the items, and then these are the form of the responses that we give to the graduates over there. And of course, that as we have intended, that we will still have to develop this further into a better or more valid, instrument to measure the character educations in Taman Siswa. I think that's all for my presentations. Hope that we get some more feedbacks for this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now, from our session chair, do we have any question or feedback?
Yeah, Professor, it's really a good work, and I would like to appreciate your initiative regarding the character scale building for the agility of the graduates. Great work, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your suggestions. I think we'll work on it. Thank you. Well, Prof. Nizar. Could you?
All right.
Did I understand the questions, or I thought that I could not, listen very carefully. Could you repeat?
Can you repeat that, sir?
Yes. Prof. Nizar, could you repeat your questions and or feedback, please? It's noisy around me. Sorry.
Sir?
Yeah.
Can you repeat the feedback or question? He did not.
Yeah, not a question, it's a feedback. And the feedback is it's a very valuable research, because the character building is very important as far as graduate attributes are concerned, which is missing link in many nations. So I would like to appreciate for selecting a topic and building on it and working on it. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. That's what we have thought so far. So that's why we need to develop this kind of character building skills, not only just based on the score of the subject. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Before I call on our keynote speaker, I would like to inform everyone that certificates and conference proceedings will be shared to you later. And it will also be shared to our website. All right, now let's just give a few minutes to our keynote speaker. Hold on. And I would like to congratulate all the participants that was able to make it today. And of course, to our technical session chair. Thank you so much, sir.
There is a question in the chat box, Miss Jojo. What do you think?
Oh, yes, Dr. Guzali. There's a question from Hariyadi.
Okay.
With the way of online teaching, how to practically apply KHD teaching?
Okay. We have developed what called our learning management systems, which is interactive, pretty, and also it's just like other Zoom there. We have developed our we call it a sufficient learning management systems in which we can share our materials. We can discuss the things. We can make the groups for discussions on that. So we are not only just ask the students or assign students to read, but we are doing that both synchronous and asynchronous communication. So this way we sure that we can communicate directly with students through internet connections. But at the same time, we could also assign them to do some reading, some assignment based on which we can discuss the outcomes of this.
All right, thank you so much. All right. In behalf of Hariyadi, thank you, Dr. Ima,
thank you
for
so
the
much.
answer.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Now let us go ahead and call on our keynote speaker, founder and director of Microspace Rapid Singapore, Dr. Giulio Manzoni. Doctor?
Good afternoon. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, and I want to say also Selamat Hari Kemerdekaan Republik Indonesia. And thank you for this opportunity to talk today. I will present our work on miniaturization of spacecraft, and this will be a description of our first-hand experience, the overview from the early days of the pioneering work of microspace successful space missions. I think I need to try to share my presentation, so 1 second. It should be here. Is it?
Yes, it is visible. You can go ahead and proceed, Doctor.
All right. Okay, so this is the title of the presentation, and yes, so we started about 20 years ago, and here I want to show some initial concepts. At the time, not many people knew what is nanosatellites, and actually was a very, very a new idea to miniaturize the satellite, which were very big at the time, down to sizes that are similar to a shoebox. And on the left, you see an image from the Aerospace Corporation, is a research company in America, in USA. And in that case, they suggested to put all the subsystems of a nanosatellite on silicon wafers, with the idea that in that way you can produce them in very large numbers and in a very efficient way. And that actually didn't happen, didn't materialize in this way. And I also show one image of the early design from us, where a satellite was arranged in a similar way. And the interesting thing is that we took the component of attitude determination and control, or we can call it micro propulsion systems, and we focus on that element in order to allow such small satellites to perform like the big one, because this was one of the components that was not yet available at the time for such small satellites. I also would like to give you an idea in practice what is a small satellite. So I don't know if you can see, I tried to show, this is a prototype, one of the prototypes of our satellites. Actually, I have to, I'm not sure how to use this. I need to see also myself in the presentation, so I know what I'm showing you. Just give me 1 second to try to arrange that. I'm not sure. I'm not able to see my own view. Anyway, I will continue. I hope it's okay. So this is the diagram and the early drawings of the propulsion system. So in this case, we try to put on a single wafer of silicon the thruster and the actuation mechanisms, which are valves and pressure sensors, and then this will be connected to the tanks of the propellant of the spacecraft. And how to manufacture such a system? We follow the typical MEMS technology, micro electromechanical system, or microfabrication. In this case, we etch components and in practice grooves, channels, and actuators on silicon wafers. We have the possibility to bond, to connect such wafers together, and also with glass to create channels and to create the structure that are necessary for the actuation mechanisms. Of course, we need to start from some calculations, and then here you have the basic formula to calculate what is the performance of a micro, of a rocket in general, but in our case, we talk about micro devices. And then we move to computational fluid dynamics, where we simulate the performance, the flow of the fluid through the nozzle to ensure that the performances are achieved. So in terms of pressure and force, in this case, the computational domain, where we integrate the Navier-Stokes equations, is divided in small elements. And on each node of the elements, the unknowns, which are velocity, pressure, temperatures, energies, are all calculated by numerical integration. So these are just two examples. This is the mesh, so the subdivision in small elements, and here is the pressure profile through the nozzle, the fluid entering from the left and exiting in vacuum to the right. And the same calculation where we show the results of the velocity field, and we see how the flow accelerates and through the nozzle, achieving very high speed. And in this picture here, we see the Mach number, which also show the meaning of the Mach number is the ratio between the velocity achieved and the speed of sound, which is calculated in relation to the state of the fluid there. So in this example, we are reaching about 3.4 Mach number inside the nozzle. And you will see in a moment how small are these nozzles, and so this is a very interesting thing to realize how it is possible to achieve such high speeds in a small nozzle. Here is a visualization of the flow. So the fluid enter from the left, accelerate through the nozzle, is ejected on the right, and in this process is producing a force, the force that we will be using to maneuver the satellites. And this is one of the very first prototyping of the micro nozzle. Is a scanning electron microscope picture of the nozzle structure in the lithography stage first. This reference line, about 200 micrometer, give you an idea of the size of the nozzle. So this means that the throat here is in the order of a few micrometer, 10 micrometer at most. And these are the first complete prototypes of the micro thrusters, micro nozzle. When it performs its function, we call it micro thrusters. And so here you see is a little brick of about 5 millimeter size. And here in comparison, we can see the throat with the hair. So this is a hair, very much bigger than the throat actually. This is all made by means of lithography and deep reactive ion etching. And here you see the instruments, the machines, the tools that we used, in this case in collaboration with AIST in Japan. And this is on the left, the double side aligner, mask aligner, where we are aligning the exposure masks to the wafer and the UV light to create the patterns on the resist that is placed on the wafer, in order later on to remove such wafer by some such resist by chemical means and to move to the deep reactive ion etching, where an aggressive plasma atmosphere will remove the silicon where we want to create the nozzle. Here I show you images of the masks that are necessary to perform the lithography. So on the wafer of about 100 millimeter size, we have about 200 nozzles, and each nozzle is obtained by projecting one of the shapes here on the mask to the wafer. These are the production wafers in intermediate phase when the etching is not yet performed. So this is only after the lithography, and this is the wafer completed with all the nozzles on it. And yeah, it was a very interesting for me to be in Japan and directly perform such activities, such work, pioneering work, and obtaining the thrusters that later we put on our satellites. This is another interesting image. Here you see in very much detail the nozzle. Again, the image is a scanning electron microscope picture, and you have here the reference dimension of 250 micrometer. This is the throat of the nozzle. The gas enters from here and exit from this side. And eventually, in our laboratory in Singapore, we design and assemble and produce many of the parts of the satellites and assemble the complete satellites and perform the testing. So here you see a CAD image of our second satellite, Tinoxat, and part of the avionics of the satellite during assembly. And this is an image of our first satellite, PopSat, where we are preparing it for the testing. And this is the vibration testing. I will show you briefly video. So this is the shaking to produce vibrations that simulate the launch of the satellites, so that we ensure such vibrations are not damaging or creating any problem to the satellite. This is a very important step in the satellite development and production, so that prior to the launch, we are sure everything will be okay. And this is the image of PopSat, our first satellite that we launched 7 years ago in June 2014. And here you see it just when it was completed and ready to go to the launch site. And I show with these red arrows the position of the vector forces produced by our thrusters. Here you see again the thruster image on the scanning electron microscope picture and on a regular picture in comparison to a mosquito, to give you an idea of the size of these very small rockets. And so by means of these 8 force vectors, we are able to rotate the satellite as we want, and also to create net forces to obtain maneuvering of the orbit and possibly formation flight with other satellites. I have another video here that shows the integration of the satellite in the deployment mechanism and later on the rocket. So here we are with my team in the Netherlands to test the insertion of the satellite. The satellite is here in the deployment mechanism, which is a box that will be later on placed on the rocket. So here is myself inserting the satellite in the deployment box, and so carefully inserting the satellite to make sure that it can move and slide properly without any difficulty, because later it will have to leave this box to go out in order to be released when the rocket will be in the orbit. Okay, so this is the step of preparing the satellite for launch. And also we charge the batteries and we do other checks on the satellite before it is shipped to Russia for the launch. So here is again my team. For this mission, we reached the launch base of Yasny in Russia, and this is a military base transformed also for peaceful operations. So here you see us doing the very final checks, inserting the fuel propellant into the satellite, and then the satellite is placed with the various other satellites on the head of the rocket. So now we have about, in this mission, we had about 33 satellites. The rocket is a former intercontinental ballistic missile, so it's a military rocket, but modified, adapted for peaceful application, and is launched from underground, from a silo. And here you see the actual video from the launch. It is in the night. In this case, this launch was bringing all the satellite to an sun-synchronous orbit, which means there is a polar orbit, is an orbit that is passing on top of the North Pole and South Pole. And thanks to the particular angle of orientation of this orbit, is able to later on to give to the satellite always the same direction of the sun when the satellite is trying to take pictures of the Earth, will have always the same illumination level. So this is why this kind of orbit is important. We still see the rocket taking off and reaching altitude. And soon the rocket will be away from the viewing of the camera. So we are going to see an animation of the launch. Yes, so this is the animation where we see what happens. So the first stage is detached, the second stage ignites, and while the first stage is falling to the Earth, the second stage with the head and the payloads continue the journey into the orbit. We have to reach about 500 kilometer altitude, and this takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes. And the second stage is also released. And then as the rocket head is reaching the final orbital position, then it rotates and it will start releasing the satellites. So this is the maneuver to release the satellites. And yeah, the cover, the fairing is removed. Now we are roughly on top of Madagascar, so the orbit was going down south, and the satellites are released one after the other, and soon this separation between them, that now is few meters, will grow to kilometers and will all be distributed around the orbit. And these 33 satellites will stay on this orbit for about 20-25 years until they will re-enter into the atmosphere due to the atmospheric drag that is still at that altitude. And then we are back to our laboratory in Singapore, where we have the ground station, and we were waiting to receive the first signal from the satellite. And so this is one of the most beautiful moments for this kind of project, when you can hear the voice of your satellite telling that everything is okay. So this is a Morse code beacon that the satellite transmits every minute with his name and some basic parameters like temperature and voltage on the batteries. That we receive the data packed more efficient form, and then we are able to decode this data that contains all the other information, pictures and experiments data. And this is just one simple explanation of one of the experiments of POPSAT, our first satellite. So a pass on top of ground station is typically 10 to maximum 11-12 minutes, depending on the elevation. In the first 2 minutes, we do a checking of the connection and the satellite state. If everything is okay, then we move to the experiment to decide how to perform the experiment around which axis, and then we activate the system, measure the fuel in the tank, and then we decide which moment we activate the thruster, and we activate the thruster by sending commands via radio, and then we receive the measurement from the satellite of the results of this experiment, and then off the system before the satellite is leaving our horizon. And this is one example of such experiments where we are able to confirm the performance of the thrusters by looking at the angular rate of the satellite measured by gyro sensors, and by integrating the angular rate on the axis we were doing the maneuver, we can see that the satellite has rotated about 160 degrees in these 2 minutes and 30 seconds of experiment. So we performed many of these experiments over about 1 year of mission until the fuel finished, as it was the plan for this mission. This is another video from our second satellite. This is the launch that in this case was from India. And I'm showing you only the conclusion of the launch, where so the rocket reached again low Earth orbit. We are again in the order of 500 kilometer altitude. In this case, the orbit is equatorial. So with Athenoxat, we are able to take pictures of all the countries, all the regions around the equator. And in practice, we can pass up on top of an equatorial country every 90 minutes. And again, this is one of the most beautiful things you can do with such small satellites. You can take images and download the images, and you can tell the satellite where you want to see, where you want to look. In this picture, we not only we see the Earth, we also see the solar panel of the satellite itself. Two of them, there are 4 of them deployed. And here I give you an idea of the imaging payloads that we have designed, made, and installed in our small satellite. There are 5 imaging payloads. The main imaging payload is a night vision, high-resolution camera that can see up to a 15-20 meter resolution in the night. And then there are 4 other cameras, 3 with fisheye lenses, means that we can see everything within the 180 degrees of aperture, and 1 wide-angle camera that has about 60 degrees aperture, so we can have all possible kind of resolutions in the imaging from space. These are some examples. So here we see 2 pictures taken from 2 of the cameras of Atinoxat. So it's North Australia, and this is the fisheye image. And in this region, then we have the other image where we can see the Great Barrier Reef. So that's another very interesting feature of the Earth that we can see from space with our satellite. This is an image of Singapore and Malaysia and Sumatra, and this is a zooming of the area of Singapore, and this is taken with a wide-angle camera that has a resolution of about 300 meters. Now this is a picture on top of Java, and in this case the image can be used for weather forecast because we are able to automatically recognize the size and the shape of the clouds, and by taking these pictures very frequently we can feed the models of the weather and predict the next position of the clouds with very high precision. Another very useful example is, of course, for fire detection. So here we see from our pictures 2 starting points of fires on top of somewhere in Sumatra. And here you see the smoke plumes, and so you can tell where the fire has started. For the night vision payloads, these are some examples of pictures in Thailand, Singapore, and India. And this gives you an idea of the features, the details that we can see. We can see ships, boats at sea, and the city, and the streets, and the houses, and the traffic in the city. And then we can do some interesting images. In this case, we have taken pictures looking at the edge of the horizon. So this is quite a unique picture. Not many such images can be seen easily from other missions. This is the profile of the Himalaya mountain. So in this case, we were looking across the horizon, and the white stripe is the atmosphere. And at the same time of taking this picture, we also took with the other cameras an image of the Gulf of Thailand. So this was the position where the satellite was located. And so in these kind of images you can use for environmental study purposes. So we can zoom into this image and overlap our night vision image of Bangkok. In this case, you see this is combination of several high-resolution images we took in the night on Bangkok, and we can zoom inside. So here, for example, is the airport, and here is downtown. So we can go and look in more details the city of Bangkok in the night. And we can combine, for example, all the pictures like here. So here we see Singapore and Malaysia, Johor Bahru, in the night. So I have here also a picture of Atinoxat, the satellite that I'm talking about. And here I combine all the possible different kind of images, the low resolution and middle resolution. and the high resolution together that we this set of images of the area of Malaysia and Sumatra. And to conclude, I want to show you a little video of our Atenoxsat satellite that is maneuvering on top of Indonesia, and I hope you have enjoyed my presentation. So please see this small video. So the satellite is, in this case, orbiting a line with the Indonesian archipelago, and is initially pointing on the island of Bali, and then is moving along the orbit by looking down, looking in the direction of the ground, the direction we call nadir, until we reach the area of Timor. And this, the first was the image taken with the fisheye camera, and now is the same taken with the wide-angle camera. So this was my presentation for today. I hope it was interesting, and if you have any question, I can answer your questions now.
Thank you so much, sir. I have a question from Haryadi.
Yes.
Mr. Giulio, how does heavy mass compare to large form satellites for general population power?
For what power?
Is this one question only? Let me check. How does heavy mass compare to large form satellites for general population power? So what's the advantage with a very small satellite size for whatever purpose he is superior?
Yes, the advantage is, first of all, when you are small, it takes less effort to go to orbit. This is number one. And this means effort always translates in some kind of cost. So it is definitely much cheaper to launch a small satellite than the big satellite. This is something everybody easily understand. Our satellites are designed and made to take images, to take pictures. So if you can take interesting pictures, useful pictures with a satellite that is 1,000 times smaller than the old-fashioned one, then you immediately understand the benefit of doing that with very high cost reduction. We have to say that when you reduce the size of a satellite, you have to reduce the size of the optics, and this means the optics may not be of the same quality of a very large satellite. This is, of course, one important thing to keep in view, but we can still achieve very useful viewing resolutions. So this depends on the mission. And I think this is the more or less in what I can explain in very short time about these advantages.
All right, thank you so much.
Welcome.
And in behalf of Haryadi, thank you, Mr. Giulio. All right. And let me go ahead and call on our last presentation. Let us welcome Richard Napitopoulou to present the paper about effectiveness of canal blocking.
Thank you, Ms. Jojo. Thank you, everybody, for this opportunity. Can you see my presentation?
Yes. Can you please have it on a presentation mode?
Yeah. Thank you very much. At this time, I will tell you about our research. Exactly, this is with Prof. Cahyono Agus, and he is my supervisor when I was in college in undergrad and master program in Gadjah Mada University. So I'm very sad that he's passed away a few weeks ago. But I will tell you at this time there is two papers that we give to this seminar. So the first is about effectiveness of canal blocking. As you know that pit in Indonesia is a disaster every year, yeah, in burn pit, and it transfers smoke to other country like Singapore, Malaysia, and the other. So we will talk about the effectiveness of canal blocking and revegetation for restoration in tropical peatland ecosystem due to forest fire. So this is the outline, background, method, effect of canal blocking on water level, survival rate and responding ability of plant after fires, and the conclusion. So for the background, Indonesia have tropical peatland in the large scale, and it damaged every year by fires, draining, land conversion, and lodging. And it's not balanced with the recovery by reclamation, rehabilitation, restoration, and the others effort. So this study aims to determine the effectiveness of canal blocking and the survival ability of several types of plant after a fire. This research we conduct in Tahura Orang Kayu Hitam in Jambi, and this is the plot of ConocoPhillips rehabilitation plots. So the method, we make a transect line with a length of 30 meters across the canal, and there are 20 transect lines with each transect line being 20 meters apart, and we measure the water level every 3 meters along the transect line. The second, we also count the plant survival data collection by plant inventory using transect line for water level measurement, and then the length of the transect line is 100 meters. The parameter is the height and diameter of the plant, as well as post-fire plant condition with healthy and unhealthy criteria. And also we see the plant responding because there is 5 to 6 species that we plant in this area, but after fire only few species that can exist after fire. So the effect of canal blocking on water level along or during the research, it's still rainy season. So when we when we collect the data, the water level is maintained 0 to 10 centimeter, and the pit soil moisture is maintained. But we still conduct this research until dry season, but until now in Indonesia still rainy season, so we will still conduct this research further. And this is the survival rate and responding ability of plants after fire. So the pit fire in 2019, this is the species that can survive, such as Alstonia pneumatopora, we call it pulerawa, and then Melaleuca kaju putih, we call it gelam, and Diaraloi, we call it jelutung. And these 3 species has a survival mechanism so that it has a responding power, and it's also different. For Alstonia pneumotopora, it has the highest respirating power, better than Melaleuca cajuput and Diarrhea. So this is the plot that we conduct survival plans along the canal. So if we make a transect, we will see the plants that survive is along the canal, not far from the canal. It's only about 30 to 50 meters from the canal because of the water availability. And then if we see here, this is the respirating power from Alstonia pneumotopora. We can see it is the burn trunk when the fire occurred, and this is the new shoots. So there's not many species that can or have respirating power. And this is for the Melaleuca cajuput. It has also respirating power, and also for Diarrhea respirating. So this is the burn trunk after power and after fire, and this is the new shoots after fire. So the first conclusion from the first paper is the water level from the edge of the canal as far as 30 meters is still the same because of the rainy season. And then the second, plants with highest survival rates were Alstonia pneumotopora, 22%, and then Melaleuca cajuput and Diarrhea. And also the respirating power, it's Alstonia pneumotopora, Melaleuca cajuput, and Diarrhea. So the canal blocking has affected the increase in water level and peat moisture, so as to support the ability of plants to survive and recover along the canal area. And I think I will continue to the second paper because I think it's the time, yeah. The plant is diversities and carbon stock in rehabilitation and post-fire. So this is in the same area, in the same plot that we conduct for the first paper. But there is 3 types of plots in this research. The first is burned in October 2019. And then the plant rehabilitation in 2011. And then the rehabilitation plots in 2017, yeah, the Earth. And then the method we measure the plane height, the diameter height, the diameter, yeah, and then the biomass in understory from the burn plot in 2019, and we also count the carbon content or the biomass with this. So the type of vegetation in the rehabilitation 1 plot, yeah, in rehabilitation plans in 2011, this is the species, yeah. So there is Diarrhea, and the height is quite good, yeah. And then in rehabilitation 2 plot, in plant rehabilitation in 2017, this is the species. There is no trees, yeah, and this is the seedlings, yeah, seedlings with Melicopelunu and Melastoma, yeah. And this is the type of vegetation on the burn plot fire in 2019, yeah. There is so many Neprolepis, yeah, or Imperata cylindrica. And this is the estimation carbon storage in 3 different land covers. This is the burn in 2019. This is the rehabilitation in plot in 1. Yeah, this is the rehabilitation 2. So the conclusion, the composition of vegetation types found at the research site consists of 17 species belonging to 13 families. And the second, from the estimated carbon storage in the rehabilitation plot 1, this is of 19 tons per hectare, followed by rehabilitation 2 plot of 6.77 tons per hectare, and the lowest is in the burn plot, 5.92 tons per hectare. I think it's enough I can tell you about this research. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for the mistakes. Yeah. Thank you, Bu Julia.
Thank you.
Bu Jojo. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions or feedback? Okay, I have one from Hari Yadi. Mr. Richard, if it is a production forest, how about a road for transporting production vehicles in relation to the rehabilitation canal after a fire?
Yeah. Thank you, Mas Pak Haryadi. Exactly, this is conservation forest, not production forest. So all of the material that we conduct this research or we plan is by the canal. We bring it with we call it ketek. It's a small boat with the small machine. Yeah, we take to the plot. So in this conservation area, we try there is no disturbing anymore. Yeah, so a human or the other, we try to protect this area, not for productive forest. I think that's Bu Jojo.
Yeah, Mr. Richard.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Richard,
Mr. Nijar,
I have an opinion. I have an opinion, not a question. That you should. Would you like to suggest governments that for potential fire sites, the plantation of your recommended species should be made so that the vegetation is maintained even post fire and it is quick?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Nirjar. So in every meeting with, for example, environmental and forestry minister, I always suggest these 3 species for rehabilitation species, because these 3 species has responding power, and then he can survive if there is water availability. So yeah, we can make a priority for these 3 species for rehabilitation species in the land forest.
Yeah, Richard sir, you can also work upon the types of designs. I mean the geographical design of a canal and the plantation across the forest, so that the destruction will be less. That also pattern can be developed. That is my humble suggestion, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Nizar. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions? All right, let's go. Please stop sharing your screen. And let me go ahead and call on the next presenter, Redimna Yaga. Redimna Yaga. Our technical issues. Let's give her a minute. And while we are waiting, I would like to remind everyone that, I strongly recommend each and every one of you to provide their feedback through the feedback link that will be shared to you after the conference via email. Once you receive the email, please do provide the feedback about the conference, about the host, and about the or any suggestions that you may have for the improvement of our future conferences. All right. And of course, for the certificate and conference proceedings, also be shared via email after this conference today. And we are waiting for our last presentation. Is she there? Redema Yaga.
That we can find the name of the scientist. That we cannot find.
So our last presentation paper is about novel fast rerouting mechanism for improvement of QoS in data transmission of multimedia application using P2P network, to be presented by Redema Yaga. Oh, there. Again, let us welcome Redema Yaga to present the paper about novel fast rerouting mechanism for improvement of QoS in data transmission of multimedia application using P2P network. Hi.
Hi, ma'am. Good afternoon, all.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, you may proceed, please.
Thank you for giving the opportunity. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So today I'm going to explain my topic is novel fast rerouting mechanism for improvement of quality of service in data transmission of multimedia applications using P2P networks. So this is my title of the paper. So I'm doing the PhD under the guidance of Subba Rao sir in SV University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh in India. So myself is Yaga Redemma. So coming to the topic is P2P, completely P2P network. PC, the computer system which are connected to the each other via the internet. So which can share the data from one system to another system by using the P2P applications. Ma'am, is it audible to my voice?
Yes, you are. Please proceed, and I can see your screen. And have it on a presentation mode, please.
I'm not getting, ma'am. Can you repeat once again?
Oh, your PowerPoint, can you please have it on a presentation mode, not on?
Okay, okay, ma'am. So let's share.
It's okay. Proceed.
Is it not visible, ma'am?
It is visible. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So recently P2P network has become so popular that large number of files are being exchanged. So we can inspire many applications. The P2P has inspired many applications. One of the main application is live multimedia streaming. So my live multimedia streaming, so I'm giving the figure. So this is the multimedia. So here the content providers, and this is the user 1, user 2, user 3, user up to a number of users we can connect it by using this multimedia streaming. So these are the computers. These are the, we can call it as the intermediate nodes. The source comes from the content providers and it can reach the destinations. The destinations are here, the user 1, user 2, user 3, and so on. So with the help of this intermediate nodes, the data can transfer from one system to other system by using this intermediate. This is completely, we can call it as a cooperative streaming. So in the multimedia streaming, we can examples like audio, video, so files sharing, we can consider it. So with the help of this intermediate node, the information is processed from the source to the destination. So one intermediate node pass the information to another intermediate node. It can pass the information like this. So in the figure, the content provider can't deliver the streaming to the end user directly. So whatever the sender is not directly sent to the destination. With means there is no direct communication between the source and the destination. So there is a there is only indirect communication between the source and the destination. So with the help of these intermediate nodes, the source can transfer the file or audio or video. So whatever information they need to the destination, they can send with the help of these intermediate nodes. So between the sender and the receiver node, there exist multiple intermediate nodes. This is called, with the help of this intermediate node, the information can pass from one sender to the destination. We can, the complete mechanism, we can call it as a cooperative streaming. So multimedia streaming is broadcasted to the large number of users with the help of these intermediate nodes. So in this context, there are many number of problems that may arise at runtime. So what a problem means, some denial of service may attacks and some churn problems means this is the completely online process, means with the help of internet, means whoever downloaded the particular P2P application, then that type of people, means that is the how many nodes are joining now, how many nodes are leave from the network. So based on the priority, it is going. Some nodes will join, some nodes may exit. So there is a streaming. The procedure means information is crossing from source to the destination. Sometimes some nodes are intermediate nodes are exist from the network. So that responsible will take care to the some other nodes. So some nodes may chances to node failure. Some may chances get the link failure. So some problems may arise at denial of service attacks. So there is a there are many number of information process. There is a, here you can observe this figure. You can get this. This is the central. This is the central one. This can contain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 links are there. If any one link is failure, the information cross to the can't reach to the destination. So that's a problem. There is at runtime problem we are facing. So we can, this is the denial of service, web server. I'm giving the one example for the denial of service attacks. Here the customer 1, customer 2. This customer 1 and customer 2, these two people are genuine. So here the attacker continually sent information to the web server. So that web server is completely dedicated to the attacker. So that the genuine persons, the customer 1 and customer 2, not receiving the information from the web server. This is called denial of service. The genuine person, the genuine users, they can't get the information. So attacker continuously busy with their work, busy with a web server. So this is a problem. So we there is a problem in my in a previous paper, that is this is the problem of the multimedia front. So that's why I'm proposing one method. This is the P2P network and root sections and the start multimedia distribution node are so failures, node failure or link failure occurs. In case of node failure link failure, we can use the NFRR. NFRR means novel fast rerouting mechanism. With the help of I'm proposed novel fast rerouting mechanism. So we can solve this type of problem. If there is no problem, we can get quality of service. We can improve throughput, delay, and PDR and energies. This is the I proposed. I can also show you. This is the novel fast rerouting mechanism, trust route discoveries. In proposed NFF, that is novel fast rerouting mechanism, follow the two main procedures for optimal secures. Initially, it starts the route discovery process and then start the multimedia transmissions. So here in route discovery process, source node send routing request packet broadcast from intermediate nodes to the destination node. Here intermediate nodes add the previous node trust value, then send to the intermediate neighbor nodes. The actual destination node, that is the route request from the multimedias using different paths. So why, if any node or link failures occurs, we can in that place we can trust value. So how many times that node is serving the packets to the in the network. Based on that, we can give the trust value. Suppose the node can serve the 8 nodes, so we can give the 8 value. So out if the complete network transmission is 10 packet, the node is serving the 8 packets, means it's the highest value. So based on that one, we can give the priority and the trust value. So the information is processing like that. So in that way, means any node is serving the least trust value. If any node contains the least trust value, that node contains the least value. So that node we won't allow to permit to transfer the information. It won't allow the cooperative streaming. So that node we are completely avoiding. In this, there is any problem occurred in the way of the denial of service. So we can also use, means that node is not serving any attack, that in that time runtime we can give the trust value. So that way we can avoid the node or link failures by using the trust factor value. So here the algorithm, the route discovery algorithm based on trust value. So input network node with the trust factors. So output secure path with the highest trust value. We are taking only highest to trust value. We can means trusting the value. It's a genuine node and nobody, not at all any influenced by the attacker. So we can give that. So by using that trust value, we can send the information with the help of trust values. So here my algorithm, first will start source node is routing request packet, and the first intermediate node broadcasting by adding trust factor. If the node 1 contain the trust value, that node is going to information to the some other node. That information is sent to some other node. It can pass the information with their neighbors. So So at destination node, calculate the trust value. So trust value of path TSN1 plus TSN2. So arrange the trust value path in a descending order. So here the highest to trust value factor and unique cost also possible. Only one-to-one information is passing. So if any request comes from that source to destination and sending the information, getting the acknowledgement, then only pass the information. So it's a basic, but it's a very effective and high rate of network efficiency. Source node and start trans. If any occur, select the second highest trust value. If the suppose in the network node 5 contain the highest trust value, in any point of it get any internal issue, if the node is exist from the network, in that we can view the second highest value is the pair. Based on the runtime, we can select the values. The trust value also comes at runtime only. We can calculate and pass the information. Start data transmission through secondary path. So some path 1 is passing the information, node 1 pass the information to the node 5. That complete path is destroying. We can take some alternative path and do the transmission, data transmission. So this is the result analysis, types, parameter values, and chain channel type, and wireless channel, radio propagation, network interfaces, wireless physicals, and interfaces queue type, drop type. So antenna mode is a omniode antenna, and interface queue length is the 50, and routing protocol. So number of nodes is this is the completely I have done this simulation in NS2 simulation. These are the parameters values I have taken it. The delay, here the delay is the simulation time. So here the my novel fast rerouting is the giving the highest value. It's a ping showing by using my methodology. The delay is reduced. And the packet delivery ratio with simulation time. So here the packet delivery rate also more when compared to the previously IQM, TBM, and the DVFM and QoS. My quality, my proposed novel fast rerouting mechanism is better than the all previous methodologies. So throughput. So throughput also. So I have done PDR pocket delivery ratio and delay improved, and throughput also improved. And energy, that is the residual energy with simulation time. The energy levels also more when compared to all the previous methodologies. So my novel fast routing is mechanism is better than the all previous methodologies. So coming to this conclusion, in this paper mainly focus on node or link failures issues in the P2P network for enhancing the capability of supporting multimedia streaming. So if there is a chances of getting link failure or node failures and some denial of service attacks and high network traffics, so we can control all, we can rectify, we can solve all the problems by using my novel fast rerouting mechanism. So by using my proposed methods, these are the improvements. Quality of services are increased, and the packet delivery ratio also increases, and the delay is reduced. That's all about my side. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have a question from Hariyadi. What if it is used for multi-clients for advice, and how safe is the connection speed?
Your voice is not properly connected. Can you repeat once again?
Oh, what if it is used for multi-clients for advice, and how safe is the connection speed.
So here the bandwidth, how you are talking completely about bandwidth. If more number of customers are connected, more number of nodes are connected, what about the bandwidth you are questioning now?
Mr. Haryadi?
Yes, ma'am.
No. The person who asked the question. One moment. It says, what if it is used for multi?
Okay, because for point to point presentation, if maybe applied to the multi-client, not point to point. How is safe this connection? Maybe secure or bandwidth may be enough for this.
So it's a more secure, and also the packet delivery, the information is exactly reached, whatever the source is sending the information exactly reached to the destination by using this novel fast rerouting mechanism. And with also I said you are talking about that one is the security, that one is the denial of service attack. In that every time attack, that node is served by the attacks, in that time trust value is giving less value. So I'm taking the trust value is the more priority. I am taking the information. So with the help of trust value only, I am sending the information.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any questions or feedback?
Yeah, Yaga madam.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, excellent piece of work. I would like to appreciate it because this is need of the hour. And I want to ask just whether it is practically implemented or it is a theoretical model that which you are proposing.
Yes, I have done in NS2, sir, simulation mode. I have I said 50 nodes I have taken it.
Okay. I like the trust value concept calculation for the channel. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. All right, you may now stop sharing your screen. And that concludes our presentations for today. All right, again, I would like to recommend, strongly suggest that everyone should provide a feedback about the conference, the participants, or any suggestions that you may have. And the link to provide so will be provided to you later via email. Also, with regards to the certificate on this conference and conference proceedings, will be also shared to you later after the conference via email. And for those who are asking, the recording of our conference, we are actually live on YouTube, and I think I already pasted it earlier, but let me go ahead and paste it to everyone. This is our YouTube link, and yes, you can actually recall the presentation and the speeches for today. All right, and that concludes our presentation. Now, I would like, on behalf of IFERP, I heartily On behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success today. And thank you also for our session chair, Nitzar Kulkarni. Thank you so much for your participation for today. Thank you so much for your time, sir. And all our keynote speakers, thank you so much. Thank you all for participating in our conference. Stay tuned with us for more updates regarding the IFERP conferences. Our website will be posted on the chat box, so please make sure to copy it before we end the conferences. So this meeting will now end. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.